birthday of February. The Epstein Files has been released. We're gonna get into that too. Because your boy Jay-Z is definitely involved with the situation. His name is coming up on numerous occasions, and it's not looking good for your boy. For the hard knock life spitter. You know? It's about to be just that. Maybe work that into his existence, you know. Just keep saying it's a hard knock life, throwing that out there in the universe. These things tend to come back and bite you in the rear end. Yeah, so we're gonna open up the floor. Let my boy Pretty Ricky come in here and explain a few things while I go take care of a few things, you know. That's how we do, bosses, you know, bosses. Well, I'm saying, but anyway, we're going to go ahead and get this thing started. You know what I mean? Because I know y'all ain't come to hear my sexy ass, sensuous ass, low baritone voice. Or did you? 40 Rose. With that being said, please, now that you know that the HG and Brando knows, give me that round of that moment of silence, please. Go!
New Evan, ayo, from now on I'm putting my foot down. They said I was done, but they ain't saying shit now. I be at them tables, breaking the splits down, getting my residuals, moving like Chris Brown. I keep it original, you know how my shit sound. I'm way more mature, but I ain't put the blick down. They looking like, wow, this nigga say blick now? Not really, motherfucker, it just rhymes with Chris Brown. When I come around, they all gonna skip town like they owe me money, or tried to Obi-Wan me. Then I went Anakin, now they all panicking. You could be perfectly dressed, it won't make you a man again. You don't even smell the kind of shit that you standing in. Jumped out the window, don't know what you landed in. Cop blocking motherfuckers make me switch up the plan again. Okay, guess what? What? Nigga, I was built for this. I was born for this. They won't admit that they watch me like a porno flick. The rap game is a toilet. I be on some shit. I'm beyond your shit and all that other corny shit. Me in the game on some holy matrimony shit. This my anniversary, some Tony shit. Load the clip, do a spin, grab my dick on some Michael Jackson shit.
Yeah, and that's the come up right there. The OG non-spitter, you heard? Give it up for my boy. Thanks for that intro, son. Fire. Now let's give you what you came here for. Some of that up-to-date information.
Be sure to follow us on X at Real Alex Jones and at AJN Live. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to alexjonesapp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silenced.
So those two companies right away, in terms of, I said that we need now.
Dump has shaken the foundations of the world, not so much here in America, but certainly overseas to a very large degree, specifically addressing one aspect of the Epstein, not manage it, but this could very easily, in charge, aren't going to throw themselves out. On the entire human intelligence network is collaborating to find the juicy tidbits of information in this massive tranche of documents. And Alex is exactly right. If nothing happens from this, we might actually be worse off than we were without the disclosure. We need prosecutions. We need a conclusion to all of this. It can't just be that it's revealed that there are these massively powerful networks of elite pedophiles and we just go, well, now we know anyway, and just move on. No, this has to be a catalyst for change, and that change has to come from us. Obviously, the people in charge aren't going to throw themselves out on their butts, so that's up to us. And this has been just an absolutely massive opportunity of awakening, and I think it's up to us to, I don't want to say manage that, because the awakening, I mean, it's like fire. It's like a wildfire, like let it run wild, not manage it. But this could very easily go completely off the rail. So we need to, make sure that our eyes are on the prize here and understand exactly how this is playing into the geopolitical landscape and how it will be used by the bad guys to try to enslave us, but how we can use it to actually free everybody. This is an amazing opportunity, and we're going to seize it with everything we've got. Ian Carroll joins me later in the show. Doc Chambers joins me in the 4th hour. Massive show coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, sitting in for Alex today, although he is working. He's actually filming a report right now that will play in the bottom of the hour. Stay tuned for that, specifically addressing one aspect of the Epstein file dump, which continues to just absolutely dominate the news. There's a lot of other stuff going on, too. I got to spend some time today talking about Europe, in that we have parties in both Spain and France now.
Times, and Bill Gates is mentioned 6,300 times. The way that the system works is you can type in someone's name and it will show you any document with that person's name. So the DOJ did warn, just because someone is mentioned does not mean they are accused. And I will say, after pouring through hundreds of these documents so far, that is definitely the case. A lot of the mentions about Trump, the vast majority, are things about his real estate dealings or just an email sent from one person to the next about Trump's campaign, or just fluff, honestly. Now, one document I do want to discuss is the NTOC call log. This was the FBI's tip line where people were calling and leaving anonymous accusations against Trump. Now, they're saying all types of stuff in here, but when you look closer, for the vast majority of them, when the FBI reached back out to try and get more information, the person never responded. They either left a bad phone number, they said that they were going to send an email with more information, they never did. Even one person, the FBI said they were deemed not credible because that person had 3 separate reports of the law enforcement needing to call and have them mentally evaluated. So again, I'm going to keep looking through all of this, because if Trump is guilty of something, I want to know. Right? As a Trump supporter and as a mother to a young girl, I care about this. I do want to know. But I will also be looking into why Gates is mentioned 6,000 times. Obama is mentioned 2,000 times. Clinton is mentioned almost 4,000 times. You guys should care about whoever's on this list, not just Donald Trump. And I have to say, this one document really gives credit to Trump's claims that the left slandered him throughout his entire campaign run, because they literally had people calling the FBI and making up stories about Trump. Now, I'm going to keep reading, and again, if he is guilty, I want to know, but I must say what I'm seeing so far leaves a lot to be desired.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Definitely gonna get all the way up into this. Now, if you haven't seen it yet, the Epstein files is definitely released. And like the lady just said, if you, whoever you want to see in there, just put their name at the top. You go to the website. Let me see the files on Obama. Bang, hit play, and then all the things with Obama mentioned in is gonna pop up. This is how it works, right? Facts. Let's get back into this.
Yeah, buddy, I might have to crack me something cold to drink. I might have to pour me up something tonight for this one. I ain't gonna lie to you. Epstein and Elon Musk is trending right now in the Grammys. The damn Grammys. Oh, hell. Oh, boy. But, yeah. Major batch of Epstein files have just been dropped, and it's broke the internet for the last, 72 hours, I would say. Really, the last 48 hours have been really, really something to see, as y'all seen probably yourself all over the internet. And I mean, man, this is going to be a fun show. Boy, it's just bombshells flying everywhere. All kind of names have been put out there. From the Jay-Z's, Beyonce, Democrats, y'all should have paid that heifer another $1 million. Maybe she would have sung in that rally down here they had in my beautiful state of Texas. And maybe, just maybe, y'all would have turned Texas purple. Hell no, y'all couldn't do it. Kamala. Y'all blew through billions of dollars and still couldn't win the election. Couldn't beat your political opponent fair and square. And y'all rolled the carpet out for old Donnie. Old Dontavius Trump. Rolled the carpet out for my main man. Y'all did a good job. Mug shots and all kind of kangaroos all on the freeway. It was good. Hey, it was a beautiful thing to see. You know, it's so much came out since this past election, and I'm grateful that President Trump won. You know, because it exposed a lot of things. I mean, I'm telling you, a lot of things, a lot of corruption, a lot of fraud. A lot of these individuals, it's just been exposed, man. People have been exposed, and I'm here for it, man. I tell you, I think it's the best time to be a journalist, independent journalist, a content creator, somebody that wants to seek the truth. I think this is the best time for it, you know. But new Epstein file bombshell seems like they found that Robert De Niro in emails, two of the biggest Trump haters appear to be best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. It seems like a lot of people that now that don't like Trump are somewhat involved with Epstein, and this person was involved, this person was involved, this person hung out, this was the person was at the party. Man, a lot of the elite media, Hollywood and media elites, the owner of the CEO, the founder of TMZ, they didn't went quiet. The TMZ owner. Or the founder of TMZ, that what's his name? I mean, man, this is honestly, woo, boy, this thing got spicy. Look at this. TMZ won't shut up about Trump and anyone near him. Yet, not a peep about Harvey. Yeah, brother Harvey. Yeah, Harvey is Epstein's buddy. Funny how that works. Yeah. So look, check this out. President Trump arrested Jeffrey Epstein in term one. Trump released 3+ million files related to Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump shut down Joe Biden's human trafficking operation at the border. 400,000 missing kids at Biden's border in term two. President Trump has found over 100,000 of those missing children in term two. No, we don't see the fake news media, the media. We don't see them talking about that, huh? Yeah. What a disgrace. Some of the biggest stories that should be being talked about and the biggest thing that happened should be talked about. Not a peep, you know, because whatever Trump does, it's not good enough. He gets discredited, and it's always the big bad orange man. But Trump has arrested over 1,700 child predators in term two already. And no president in American history has done more to combat child trafficking than President Trump. Thank you to your attention to this matter. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. We have Elon Musk talking about the Epstein files. I was trying to see what he was responding to. Elon Musk has always told the truth about his interaction with Jeffrey Epstein. In a 2019 interview, Elon said he tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined. And again, if you don't know, I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all already know this. But more recently, responding to misleading headlines on X, he posted, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. The DOJ release of Epstein files contains zero evidence that Elon ever visited the island. Over 150,000 photos were released and none include him. There are no flight logs, no visual proof, and no witnesses placing him there. In fact, in December 2012 email from the files further supports that Elon made it clear to Epstein that he did not want to visit the island on the invitation. The facts are clear. Epstein invited many powerful people. Elon Musk was one of them. He refused the invitation. He refused the island. Legacy media continues to bend the truth to smear him. They keep repeating false narratives to push on an agenda. Shame on them. And I told y'all, it's not going to stop. I told y'all on yesterday's show when we showed you CNN's headlines on Trump and Epstein. It was a complete disgrace. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, and they ought to get hit with another fat lawsuit. I'm telling you. Because Trump been winning them lawsuits. But Elon Musk responded to this post, and he's gone viral yesterday. This was yesterday. He posted yesterday. He says, no one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released. And I'm glad that that has finally happened. I've had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lode Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used to be distractors to smear my name. I don't care about that, but what I do care about is that at least attempt to prosecute those who committed serious crimes with Epstein, especially regarding in his exploitation of underage girls. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh boy. The guy who wanted to slip his wife antibiotics for STDs he contracted on Epstein Island was entrusted to force us all to take the vaccines. Let that sink in. Yeah. Oh boy.
Things.
Yep. Epstein files allege Bill Gates begged for antibiotics to secretly give wife Melinda after catching STD from Russian girls. Plus sent Epstein his penis description. Yeah, Bill Gates, y'all. Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Oh, Bill. Not looking good for Mr. Bill. As you can see, there's memes all over the place of Bill Gates. You know, you just can't make this up. Epstein files released on the Joe Biden, 0. Epstein files released on the Trump, over 3 million. Who's protecting pedo again? Yeah.
They finally released the Epstein files. Let's get into it. So in the 3 million
and we played this in the beginning of today's show, so you already know what that is. And God bless that young lady. And she even called out the left and the fake news media, Democrats, the radical left, you know. But Trump to sue an author, Michael Wolff, for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein. This guy Wolff was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. Not only does it absolve, but it's also the opposite of what people were hoping. Oh boy, let me check this out.
What did you think of the latest release of Epstein files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with this release?
Like this guy Wolff, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. And I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, you know, the radical left. That Wolff was a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise, and that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolff on that.
It's honestly crazy how a lot of these things people wanted to go this way has completely backfired. Completely. And as we've seen from the beginning, it's been completely backfiring for quite a while, you know. But TMZ founder, Mr. Harvey Levin, is in Epstein files. Described as someone's good friend who might be helpful in the global PR campaign defending convicted Jeffrey Epstein and attacking his victims and accusers. TMZ has been remarkably quiet about the files. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, why don't you look at that? You know, you just can't make this up, man. You just can't. And they're saying that Zohran Mamdani is Jeffrey Epstein's biological son. I can't breathe. Oh boy, I can't breathe. Best with y'all, man. It's funny how Zohran Mamdani has suddenly stopped tweeting about the Epstein files. They making all kind of. And again, Beyonce's husband Jay-Z is implicated on the Epstein files. Now, would be a good time for the NFL to officially terminate his partnership with Jay-Z and scratch Bad Bunny from the show. Y'all are disgusting. Man, and y'all know Jay-Z and Pusha T are getting so much hit back from these Epstein files and a lot of other individuals, you know. But hey, these are the times we are living in, you know.
TMZ. The NFL, that has a partnership with Jay-Z. Black Hollywood. I wonder if y'all gonna say nothing now that the Epstein files have been released that y'all said Trump would never release, that show that Jay-Z did some horrible things in these Epstein files. Let's see if the NFL is gonna remove their partnership. Let's see if TMZ, how they've been attacking Nicki Minaj nonstop. Let's see if they're gonna attack Jay-Z in like they have Nicki Minaj. What are they gonna say? Let's see if all these black people who've been on Trump are gonna say anything. Hollywood Unlocked and the Breakfast Club. All these black people, what y'all gonna say? Y'all been calling Trump a pedophile and Epstein, say he's an Epstein. So let's see what y'all gonna say about Jay-Z, the great Jay-Z. Are y'all gonna attack Jay-Z because he deserved to be attacked? TMZ is silent right now because their founder is all in the Epstein files and Jay-Z. Where is TMZ? Why TMZ, that old fake newspaper, that old fake excuse, that propaganda disgrace of a newspaper? Let's see, are they going to have anything to say about Jay-Z being mentioned all up, down, and through the Epstein files? NFL, what are y'all going to do? Are y'all going to make a comment? Are y'all going to make a statement about Jay-Z being found in these Epstein files?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. The world is waiting. We're waiting.
We all waiting. We is all waiting. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And here's Trump on the Epstein files a couple of hours ago. Looking fresh, you know what I'm saying, for the debut of our beautiful, classy First Lady. Yes, indeed.
What did you think of the latest release of Epstein files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with?
Well, they should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me.
And that's what we already showed y'all earlier, in the audio. But this was him speaking on video.
And I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left. That Wolf, who's a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise, and that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolf on that. And maybe the Epstein estate, I guess. I don't know, but we're going to certainly sue them.
You want to sue the Epstein estate?
Well, you may, I guess so, because he was conspiring with Wolf to do harm to me politically. That's not a friend.
Oh boy. Donnie, they tried everything, Donnie, and we still come out on top, Donnie. Dontavius, you look clean, Dontavius. Damn, Donnie, you look clean. You cleaned up, Donnie. Donnie. That's our president. Whether you love it or hate it, whether you like it or not, whether you have Trump derangement syndrome, whether you think this man right here should be in jail, that's our president. Aha. Couldn't beat him fair and square. And he did the opposite of what y'all said he was going to do. Hey, a radical left. Oh, cry us a river. Do you need a diaper? We'll get you a diaper. We'll get you a big old fat diaper. Yeah. We'll get you a couple of them too, because we know y'all just dump them out, huh? Y'all just dump them, just dump down. But I wanted to check out what my friend said on this, and he named it, I wasn't ready for this, the new Epstein files drop.
Not watch a video, but if I'm really being honest, What I have been digging up, I don't think I've ever told an audience in my entire broadcasting career to not watch a video. But if I'm really being honest, and by the way, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's 3 million images, videos, documents that have just been released literally yesterday. What I have seen makes me feel like I need to take back-to-back showers. What I've been digging for you guys is nothing short of the most harrowing stuff. There is a video that I'm going to share with you of Epstein in the kitchen. I don't even know how to describe it. I just have to share it with you. But I just have to give you a full warning. If you want to sleep at night, maybe you shouldn't watch this. So full warning, full disclosure, full warning. Panic attacks. Want to go ahead and take that as a sign to continue and proceed. And boy, do we have a lot. We start with disgraced ex-Duke of York, Prince Andrew, who was captured hovering over a woman lying on the floor in a series of eerie, creepy photos that have just been dumped, tied to Jeffrey Epstein. This is one disturbing photo, now known, he's not the Duke anymore. He's now known Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He's crouching on all fours over a woman whose face is redacted. She's sprawled on her back with her arms spread on the white striped carpet as the ousted royal stares into the camera. There's 2 other snaps that show the unknown woman's stomach. So here you can see this one right here. The woman appeared to be awake in the photos with her arm held up in the picture. Behind the unsettling scene, a man whose face is cut out of frame can be seen lounging in a leopard print chair with his feet propped up on a white, red striped tablecloth. It's unclear when the photos were taken. Similar shots of younger Mountbatten Windsor, this is the disgraced Duke now, Andrew, have emerged as the Department of Justice continues releasing millions of files connected to the convicted offender. The ousted prince was stripped of his royal titles and honors last year. Virginia Guffrey, one of Epstein's victims who unalived herself apparently in April, claimed in her posthumous memoir, quote, Nobody's Girl, that the infamous pedo financier forced her to have with Mountbatten Windsor on 3 separate occasions, including when she was just 17. Andrew has repeatedly denied the regulations. Who do you think that is? Is that Epstein in the background with his feet lounged up on, looks like, is that an American flag on that table behind them? I don't even want to know what is happening here. Harvey Weinstein was mentioned in the new dump, as well as Jay-Z, who is facing a huge backlash.
I mean huge. I think he's lost millions of followers on Instagram. I think Beyonce went from like 320 to 308. So she's lost, I think, 14 million. I might be wrong on the numbers. It might be higher now, but when we seen, they were losing millions of followers, and people were giving them so much backlash with this files, and oh boy, we're going to see how this play out, y'all.
From sponsors, his wife Beyonce lost 10 million followers on Instagram.
See, it was 10. Now we got reports it was 14, so it might be higher now. Hill, I don't know.
I'm going to talk about that. The alleged incident involving JC that was mentioned happened in 1996 when a victim whose name was redacted said she was abducted from her home by a stranger, according to an FBI intake from dated back to July 19. She later, quote, awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, a.k.a. Jay-Z, while Weinstein had inserted his into, according to the allegations. She said she suffered from abuse on multiple occasions in which Epstein even participated. She said she had no permanent address and moved between hotels, according to the document. Claimed she was also assaulted in 2007 by Weinstein and rapper Pusha T, the document showed. You can see in approximately 1996, there it is with Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, that's Jay-Z's real name. She was abducted at the last paragraph saying 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting, suffered from abuse on multiple occasions in which Epstein participated. Recalled Leon Black and William Barr, current United States
Sorry,
attorney.
y'all. We just can't. Even there's some shows I say it, but even some of those shows that have gotten censored or even, taken down because, we just can't say certain things on here, sadly. Still, they have cut down on the censorship a little bit, and we are now able to say certain things now, but some stuff we still can't say, and it's still alive, y'all. The censorship is still alive, and also, but they have cut back on also the curse words and stuff like that, but, So if anybody's wondering why Mr. Nez is going, beep, beep, or, blocking out certain languages in, as he's speaking, blocking out certain words in his language, hey, that's why. Just giving y'all a heads up.
Attorney General being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, last recall, that's again the redacted victim being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, the redacted name there believed she was drugged, clouding her memory. She attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers were artist Pusha T. Approximately 2007, the redacted victim attended a party following invitation from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down a street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in abuse. She claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to racketeering conduct in support of the trafficking. They also
then we all come to an understanding, like, this is really why they didn't want Trump getting back in. This is why they fought so hard. This is why they fought so hard. This is why they came out and did rallies and was singing and dancing and rapping, and you got Beyonce's at a rally. You got people twerking in a political rally, and rappers and Hollywood and celebrities coming out the blue, saying, oh, I won't get into politics. And then next week they're, vote for Kamala. I mean, man, literally live on television saying, oh, I don't want to dig into politics or tell you who to go out and vote for, and then later, right after it cuts, they get a phone call, hey, right now. And then the next week later, vote for Kamala. Y'all remember that? The Ushers, just a disgrace, man. The Lizzos, Beyonce's. I mean, Hollywood, man. These celebrities. Taylor Swift with her Hillary Clinton cookies, Joe Biden cookies. I tell you, what a time to be alive, man.
Confirmed that she was not diagnosed with any mental illness, and she refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. Rather, she moved between staying at different hotels. Rihanna, Kardashian, Katy Perry, they all unfollowed Beyonce and Jay-Z. Jay-Z's also facing backlash from the NFL. They unfollowed him, and now they're kind of distancing themselves from her. And there's even rumors, I can't confirm or deny this, but there are rumblings that Beyonce may file for divorce. So this is hitting.
Now, I thought that was just fake news. But then I see multiple people posted, and I seen the what's her name posted, and they're usually on point with a lot of things, but sometimes they have posted like false headlines. But I did see that there has been something going on with their relationship, their marriage. Not looking good for Mr. Jay-Z.
Jay-Z, who's a $1 billion brand, extremely hard. Tell me what you think in the comments down below. Seems like they were okay with it. More celebrities being hypocritical, especially when it comes to them defaming ICE. You guys were all okay with this when it was private. Now, all of a sudden, that is public. I mean, a lot of people would say, myself included, we knew all this was happening for decades. We knew this was going on. There were rumblings of this way back in the past before these files were released.
Facts.
Funny how the celebrities now are all of a sudden playing, righteous figures of truth. Okay, next we have the LinkedIn co-founder, Reid Hoffman. This is huge right here. In newly released Epstein emails reveal that LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman was discussing visits to Epstein's private island, his New Mexico ranch, and New York apartment, saying, quote, Reid will spend the night at 71st. Reid Hoffman will go to the ranch for the weekends. Jeffrey will fly all of us to St. Thomas. From St. Thomas, they hop on his heli and fly to his island. Hoffman's name appears more than 2,600 times in the DOJ Epstein files, revealing hundreds of emails, Zoom calls, dinners, and meetings between Epstein and Hoffman from 2013 to 2018. Epstein described Hoffman as a, quote, very close friend, end quote. He advised him on tax strategies and even helped him shop for a private jet. The two repeatedly wrote about how much they missed each other and couldn't wait to meet again. I thought this was really interesting right here. Here's an actual email from Reid Hoffman to Epstein where he says, always very fun talking with you. Michelle noted that you were the most controversial of the high intellects. I will intro you to Mark Z. Let me look at September and August. That's Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO and founder of Facebook and Meta. What I think makes this the most interesting, and Elon Musk called this out, was that Reid Hoffman was one of the biggest Democratic mega donors. Yep. He was the largest donor to a Republican women's group that was opposing President Trump. There's an excerpt from this article where, in its bid to defeat Trump, Women for Us has aired a handful of digital advertisements focused on the overturning of Roe v. Wade. The group has held several events with anti-Trump Republicans, Liz Cheney, Alyssa Griffin, Sophia Kinzinger, the wife of former Representative Adam Kinzinger. I want you to watch this really, really quick clip of Elon calling all of the...
Is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes.
Yeah. And Gates. That's that, because you just look at them and you're like, that's a nervous person right there. I don't know. I mean, I assume you know them. Yeah.
Yes. Reid Hoffman was my vice president of business development at PayPal.
Yeah.
24 years ago.
Does he seem nervous to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's terrified of a Trump victory.
Because of the disclosure that would follow?
A lot of them would. I think a lot of people were terrified of a Trump victory. And damn it, we won. Woo, this was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's certainly ideologically not aligned with Trump anyway, but I think he is concerned about the Epstein situation.
He was right about Bill Gates too. So in my previous video, by the way, I'm going to share, I have an entire playlist. If you want to get caught up on all Epstein's New York penthouse, which is one of the most unreal things you'll ever see. But when he refers to Bill Gates, he's right about that too, because in the video that I did previously, it came out that Bill Gates wanted antibiotics, requested antibiotics from Epstein so he and his wife could use them after he had a little with Russian professionals. Let's just say that, if I can. This is kind of interesting. Zohran the commie, his mother, who's like an artist or filmmaker or whatever.
And this is why everybody was like, it's not a coincidence. And, he was installed. This is why a lot of people with the conspiracy theories, they say, well, look at this, look at that. He just didn't come out of nowhere. Let me know what y'all think about that. But we covered this in last night's show of Zohran and Dami. Good luck, New York City. Socialist, communists, good luck. Everything's going to be free, free, free. They gave him the script. He read the script perfectly, and there he is. They could have sent Rick out there with that script, and I could have won as well. Rick, just say everything will be free, free buses. We're going to freeze the rent. We're going to do that. Remember the grocery store? We're going to do, free. and you'll win. Okay, that's all I got to do? All right, shit, all right. Yeah. Good luck, New York City. I tell you. Put his hand on the Quran, didn't he? Put his hand on the Quran. I tell you, what the hell is going on in New York City, boy? Good luck.
Was in the Epstein files and actually had a lot of meetings with Epstein, including meetings with Epstein and Bill Clinton. And so that's kind of interesting right there. So there's more ties to Democrats in all of this dump. The Democrats have been crying, Epstein, release Epstein. It's all backfired on them because Trump is nowhere in this. And every time he's mentioned, it's hearsay, second party from people who need psychiatric help. None of it is provable or verifiable. Also, it's proven time and time again. Epstein himself saying Trump was not involved. Ghislaine Maxwell saying Trump was not at any of the parties. He never went to the island, whereas Clinton went 26 times. I'm going to share with you a little photo collage in just a second. But who you see on the screen right here is ex-Obama, speaking of Hippocrats, a.k.a. Democrats, ex-Obama counsel Catherine Rumler, who got chummy with Jeffrey Epstein after leaving the White House and later received lavish gifts, including a $9,400 Hermès handbag and a spa trip at the Four Seasons, according to the new released Epstein files. She now serves as general counsel at Goldman Sachs. Google co-founder Sergey Brin, who you see on the screen right now, visited the private island, emailed Maxwell, dined at the townhouse. The new documents reveal the full extent of Sergey Brin's ties. Ghislaine Maxwell emailed him in March 2003, reminding him they'd met at TED. Maxwell wrote, "Dinners at Jeffrey's are always happily casual and relaxed." 2 months later, Brin emailed Maxwell about an aircraft carrier for sale, thinking she and Epstein might, quote, find it amusing, end quote. Brin's net worth exceeds $250 billion. And of course, no video talking about the Hippocratic Democrats would be complete without talking about one of the worst, the haircut that passes for a man, American Psycho, Gavin Newsom. Racy emails between LA Olympics boss Casey Wasserman, who you see standing next to Newsom right there. Let me just scroll up a little bit there. Casey emails between him and Ghislaine Maxwell are now revealed. Casey Wasserman, who is the 51-year-old CEO of Wasserman Media Group, who is now heading the LA Olympics, traded a flurry of risque messages with Ghislaine Maxwell in 2003, just 2 years into his marriage with then-wife Laura Ziffrin, including one in which he asked to set up a sensual massage. "Where are you? I miss you," the chairman and president of the 2020 Olympics Organizing Committee wrote to Epstein's confidant. "I'll be in NYC for 4 days, starting April 22. Can we book that massage now?" 2 days later, Maxwell fired back with a steamy response. "All that rubbing, are you sure you can take it? The thought, frankly, is leaving me a little breathless." Other exchanges revealed the flirtatious duo planning trips, chatting about meals, and much more. Rep for Wasserman did not immediately respond to this story. He's also actually been previously accused of being a serial adulterer with a chronic condition of sleeping with people who work for him. This is the Daily Mail reported in 2024. Newsom shared this video of himself smiling alongside Wasserman as he announced the initiative for 2028 Olympics only months after the bombshell report. Here are some photos that I'm going to share, and then coming up, I'm going to share with you the video that's probably the most gut-wrenching and, I mean, just absolutely hard to even grasp. In sweatshirt right here, there is Epstein in a robe, Clinton. These are all, look at this. This is very, very strange. You can see their faces blacked out. Epstein standing. It looks like it might be on his island, and you've got 4, maybe dare I say, little young girls kneeling in what looks to be some kind of a ceremony or what, some kind of, I don't know what you would call that. These rich people are just demented.
Crazy, boy.
There's Ghislaine Maxwell, what looks to be like Tom Cruise's outfit. There's Bill Clinton with Ghislaine Maxwell. Looks to be like they're visiting somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly. Another redacted photo with Bill. Bill and Kevin Spacey. You can see Kevin Spacey there next to him. Clinton again. There's Kevin Spacey with Bill. That's interesting. These have all come out recently. Epstein with 2 wild dogs. God knows, are those his dogs? I have no idea. Clinton on a Gulf Stream with a redacted photo. There's Michael Jackson, Diana Ross with Bill Clinton.
And we know about the Michael Jackson and the Chris Tucker, and we know about this famous picture here. You know, but we know how. Come on now, y'all. Come on now. Come on now, family. We don't got to go through this again.
Here's
I say Mike rolling over in his grave.
Something interesting. Mick Jagger at dinner with Ghislaine Maxwell and Bill Clinton. He's the lead singer of the Rolling Stones.
They say Michael Jackson had no wrongdoing. Chris Tucker jumped on a podcast immediately, once again, defending and backing up himself and explaining how everything with his interaction with Epstein and just everything with that situation multiple times. And he even just went on recently after the first release when we first got those photos released a couple of weeks ago.
He is again with a redacted photo. So a lot of photos like these. There's Chris Tucker again. I'm sure he's not happy about this. Just some very strange, bizarre things. I'm just giving you a little montage right here. And then I'm going to share with you the video of all videos. It's or you're listening to this in the car. And, their identity has been redacted. But here is a chilling video. To me, I think this is the symbol, the metaphor of the entire egregious, evil debacle that took place. And these people need to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. You're going to see Epstein chasing a few young girls around the kitchen. It's brief, but to me, it says it all. Watch.
Oh boy, oh boy.
So you can see that some of the dialogue there, I guess, or maybe he was calling out their names, was the audio was taken out. But man, tell me that video doesn't completely symbolize and represent the entire godlessness of this situation. I hope to God that we get some accountability and we get it soon. Guys, this is just the beginning. As I said, I have an entire playlist. Go check it out. Very bingeable. A lot of stuff. I'll leave it right now in the end cards, but you got to go watch that.
Huge shout out to my brother Nez, man, and many others, that are on the ground with this kind of reporting. And man, it's just here we are, y'all. Yeah, buddy. They asked for it, and here we are, 2026. God bless our president, President Trump. Doing his thing, man. And again, there's the leftists, the radical leftists still going to come out and say, but Trump's involved. Trump is this. Trump is that. It's all going to be Trump, Trump, Trump. It's all Trump's fault. Good luck. I tell you, man. But just sick, man. And again, people ought to be walked out with their hands behind their back. No other way around it. But y'all have a great rest of your weekend. We are off to a new start to a new week. We're going to have an awesome start to a new week and an awesome month of February in 2026. Buckle up. This is going to be a wild ride. God bless you all, and I'll catch you on the next one. Yeah.
want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Hey. Why this beat so cold?
We will make America proud again. And you try to we will make America wealthy again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Woo! Hey, we got to crack open a cold one tonight now. Oh, we finna have a little fun tonight, damn it. We finna have a little fun. Hold that drink up, family. Y'all, hey, shh. Shh. To the head. That's that dyed cherry right there. It's dyed cherry Pepsi. Ain't nothing in there, y'all. Come on, fam. I'm not gonna come on here doing that. Come on now, fam. Y'all know I'm better than that now. That's that dyed cherry Pepsi right here. Come on, cheers. And it's dyed. They say it's healthy. But then they say the dyed and the zero sugar stuff ain't good for you. Ain't nothing good for as hell. But oh boy, Mandami, socialist communist. Oh boy, the internet is breaking right now. I'm seeing Mandami trending, Mandami's mother. People, the Epstein files are trending, and we got a great video coming on the show of this whole Epstein thing. I hope y'all are ready. I told y'all be ready with this whole Epstein thing. Buckle up. It's finna get good. It's finna get real good. I tell you. Somebody got to be walked out with their hands behind their back. They got doggone back. A disgrace. But y'all asked for it. Hey, here we go. Today I learned that Dabrand Mandami is more implicated in the Epstein files than Donald Trump. If you get the joke, you get it. If you don't, I don't know what the hell to tell you. But today I learned that Dabrand Mandami is more implicated in the Epstein files than Donald Trump. Man, people are posting all kind of things on the internet right now. Somebody has to say it. This is very clear, very real possibility. Dabrand Mandami is Jeffrey Epstein's biological son. Woo! And we got a lot of AI and all kind of stuff in there, so we probably gonna have to put altered on today's show. You know, you just can't make this up, man. But New Yorkers, his voter, his base, people are hotter than fish grease. Again, just these last couple of days of they were promised this and that, and you know, hey, you see what happens with the snake oil salesman? The bus fare supposed to be free. This supposed to be free. Everything supposed to be free. Good luck with that. The bus fare went up to $3. Good luck, New York City. Things will be free. Don't worry. You know. Look at this.
Great fucking job, Mom Donnie. Is that your name? Is that how you say your name? Mom Donnie? Go suck your Mom Donnie. Because what the fuck is this? Why the fuck is it 7 days later and niggas still can't fucking park? Niggas can't drive. Niggas can't do shit out here. What trucks was you talking about was cleaning shit? Where were they? Huh?
This message is from Mayor Mamdani. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Oh, go across the other street. Oh, I can't because there's a huge fucking pile of snow and I can't cross the street.
Boy, them New Yorkers mad as hell, boy.
On either side. So shout out to the Upper Baby, by the way, because this is the only way I'm getting through this. My son is not very comfortable in this. What is this? This is not a path for people to... What if I was in a wheelchair? What is this? The snow was 5 days ago. Figure it the fuck out.
If I had to grade the city on how well they did cleaning up the snow, I'd give them a 0. Should we do a texture check? Frozen solid. They cleaned up the snow like it's a small town. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, we're just gonna like leave it here. There's not many people here, you know? Yes. Good job. Good job, New York.
Good job, New York.
Bruh.
Come on, it's time. Like, this is ridiculous. We can't push our daughter in this.
All I need.
Look at all these pissed off New Yorkers.
They say y'all need this much space. I was like, yeah, y'all look for the next. Be asking us all the time while we just.
Yeah, you just can't make it up. You just can't. Mondami's on fire once again. And it says, even Mondami's in the Epstein files hanging out with Bill Clinton. F New York. Oh boy. Isn't I know some of these pictures are AI. You know, we did see some things in the Epstein files. You know, breaking from the Epstein files. The mom of New York City Mayor Mondami spotted at Ghislaine Maxwell's 2009 party. Guests included Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos. They will say it's just a coincidence. You know. Well, welcome to Mondami's New York. Brace yourselves. New times are coming. This is only the beginning. This is what you voted for. Oh boy. We can't play the rest of that clip there. But New York City Mayor Mondami looks like just another establishment figure put in place. The Epstein records reportedly link his mother to a 2009 event with Ghislaine Maxwell, and even Bill Clinton was there. The same disturbing networks keep surfacing. They've been installing people like this for a long time.
I was offered it, and it's coincidentally one of my favorite novels. You know, since I was 16 in an Irish Catholic boarding school in India, I was steeped in English literature, and it was a book I read under the covers, and never forgot Becky Sharp, because she was like us. You know, she was a woman who was determined to make her own way, and I love that. And read this novel over the years many different times, and Focus Features, who had distributed Monsoon Wedding, for whom it was a big hit, offered it to me, just not knowing that I had a history with it, and so I was very.
So they were thrilled when you told them that this was a film that a novel that you love.
I love, and it's a novel that is, you know, a banquet of a novel, a great epic sort of saga. And it's not a novel to distill so quickly if you've just read it for the first time. So I was lucky to have years on my side. I was offered.
Oh boy. Crazy what these Epstein files are linking this person, this thing, this here, this organization, this billionaire, it's honestly really mind blowing. And if you know, and I feel like it's going so deep now. People are just losing their minds. But hey, here we are in 2026. Buckle up. Get ready. I hope y'all are ready. You're really going to be dropping your jaw. And then I heard people are down on the ground right now, headed in California. So they've went from Minnesota to now California. I hope y'all are ready. I really do. Man, we finna have some of the best coverage. It's finna be some good stuff. I hope y'all are tuned in, man. Get ready. This thing is gonna blow up. Boom, bam. And then we get a tweet from our president. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, man, but the appearance of Zohran Mondami's mother in the Epstein files is proof that Mondami's rise is neither accidental nor organic. Every piece of politics is engineered. Oh boy. And that tweet right there has blown up. Check this out. Wow. It's neither accidental nor organic. Every piece of politics is engineered. After Zohran Mondami's mother being in the Epstein files. Oh boy. You know, but then I know some people saying, well, it's this and that. Hey, we just on here having a good time on tonight's show. Okay, y'all can take it out of proportion and say this and that. Hey, go right ahead. You know, we're gonna have maybe some deranged leftists, you know, say some crazy extremists, you know, but hey, we're gonna have people in the middle, we're gonna have people on the right. Hey, y'all say what y'all want, man. But all we hear is to report on it. And the fact checkers came in and said these images in this post are fabricated and do not appear in the released Epstein files. And again, she is only the mother's only in a 2009 email as a guest at a film after party that was hosted by Ghislaine Maxwell. You know the fact checkers got to come out now. The fact checkers, they got to come out. But this AI, man, I'm telling you, this AI is scary, man. This guy doggone AI, man. Prayers to everybody, man. The next generation, prayers, man. The AI is getting out of hand, man. We are not safe, y'all. People, it's gonna be more scams. It's gonna be more people just. I mean, man, that AI is effing crazy, man. But New Yorkers are in a state of shock after Mayor Mondani says New York City now faces a crisis at the scale of Great Recession. His plan is raising taxes on the wealthy New Yorkers and profitable companies. Yikes. Best of luck, New York City. Yeah. Hey, where you going? Where you going? You leaving? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? Is that a you got two U-Hauls? What the hell? Why are you leaving New York? Come back. Hey. Damn, they just drove off. Y'all. Wow. They packed up everything. Wow, they gone.
We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. And so there will not be one single thing that can answer that crisis. It will require us to pursue every single avenue. That means looking inward into savings and efficiencies. That also means raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations. And it means recalibrating the relationship with the state. We are speaking about a fiscal...
Damn, that hurt me too. Yeah. They finna run everybody out of New York City, boy. Good luck, New York. Good luck.
Would actually...
What the hell Miss Kathy Hochul talking about? Oh, hell, do you... Mandami said he doesn't think wealthy people and corporations would actually leave if their taxes go up. Do you disagree? Oh, Miss Kathy says it's not a gamble. I want to take because we already down 13 billion in revenues from people who did leave our state.
So Mayor Mamdani has said that he doesn't think that wealthy people and corporations would actually leave if their taxes go up. Do you disagree with that?
It's not a gamble I want to take because we're already down about $13 billion in revenues from people who did leave our state. And when asked, many of them do complain about the taxes in New York, something I'm trying to do something about.
So Mayor...
Yeah, there's a lot of panic going on in New York City, boy. Good luck, New York. Good luck.
Question for you guys to work on while I'm eating my dinner. How the fuck do you get sworn in as an American mayor in an American city, New York, on a fucking Quran?
Quran.
How do you swear allegiance to America from a Quran? How do you do that? Somebody tell me.
Boys getting spicy
Is
on
it
tonight's
even
show.
fucking legal?
Boy, getting spicy on tonight's show, ain't it? Tonight's show is getting spicy. I love it. Spicy, spicy, spicy. And I tell you, everybody's involved with Epstein, huh? Especially the Democrats. Especially the left. Especially your favorite Democrat. They are involved with Epstein, huh? Man, oh man, oh man. And then CNN comes out with a headline. Where that CNN headline with Epstein? Where that CNN headline at? I want to pull it up. Where that CNN headline at? Where that CNN headline at? Where was it at? Because they ought to be ashamed of themselves. Epstein. Here it is right here.
More than 3 million pages.
Look at Kaylin Collins. Miss No Lips. And where did your lips go, ma'am? Please tell us where your lips at. Epstein Files has references to Trump, other powerful figures. You see that headline? Epstein Files has references to Trump, other powerful figures. Boy, CNN ought to be ashamed of itself, boy. Boy, y'all want Trump to be such a big down, dirty, low down, nasty dog so bad, so y'all can finally say, we got him. Yeah, I tell you, boy. The fake news media, boy. And this whole Epstein thing. I hope y'all are ready, though, man, with this whole Epstein thing. You know, look at this clown here. Look.
New York City, it's budget season. A budget is more than a spreadsheet. It's whether the library is open, whether families can afford childcare. It's a statement of our values and what kind of city we're choosing to build. It's also incredibly confusing, but it doesn't have to be. Here's what you need to know. New York City has two types of budgets: a capital budget for long-term investments like new parks or schools, and an expense budget that pays for everyday needs, rental assistance, the hiring of more sanitation workers, and other city services.
Are we third graders? Family, are we third graders?
For the sake of this video, we'll focus on the expense budget. Unlike most cities, New York doesn't just release one budget. We release four. First, the preliminary budget. City Hall's opening proposal lays out how much money we have and how much we plan to spend in the years to come. The budget has to account for the current and coming fiscal year, plus a forecast for 3 future years. What can I say? We're perfectionists and bound by the reforms of the 1970s fiscal crisis. Then, City Council responds, holding hearings, listening to New Yorkers, and putting forward their own priorities. In May, we release the executive budget, our revised plan. The council then holds a second round of hearings, and negotiations begin. By the end of June, the council votes, and then there's a literal handshake. After that, the budget is final. The state budget matters too, because Albany's decisions shape what the city can do. Unlike the federal government, New York City cannot run a deficit. Expenses have to be covered by available revenue. At every step, we want to prevent significant budget gaps because we don't want to make promises we can't keep. As we chart the months ahead and the years that follow, we'll share with New Yorkers what we're thinking, what we're planning, and the decisions we're making. This budget is your future, and you deserve to know how it works.
Yeah, good luck, New York City. Good luck. Good luck with that. I'll tell you.
I assume stands with someone who says things like, if
Bill Maher. Bill Maher, Mandami.
If you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize private property, it's over. Seize private property. Home ownership is racist. Elect more communists.
We're going to tax white people more in white neighborhoods.
Private property.
What kind of shit is that?
Property, especially home ownership, is a weapon of white supremacy.
White supremacy. Everything's white supremacy. I just don't get it, man. I don't. Somebody please come in here and explain to me. Please come to Texas. Please come to Texas and explain to Rick about it, please. And in the white supremacy, please tell me.
Really? Even among the 20 million black Americans who own their own home? I mean, these are the kind of utterances I might forgive as something a dumb white girl said while she was at Bryn Mawr. Because it's the kind of privilege hating you can only learn for $95,000 a year. But these are statements made as an adult. Yes. For co-eds from elite private colleges, you're only a lesbian until graduation, but the communism lasts a lifetime. Democrats seem to be having this debate whether or not Mayor Mamdani is a socialist or a democratic socialist. Let me settle it. He's a straight-up communist. How do I know this? Well, I'm reading between the lines when one of his major advisors says, elect more communists, which is fine. It's fine. It's a belief system. He's allowed to believe it, and people are allowed to vote for it. But if liberals deny it, like he's just going through a goth phase, they're going to lose more elections. This is not a communist country. And this is the pendulum never lands in the middle problem I'm always bitching about. Really, the choices we get here are either the worst version of crony capitalism or communism, either a side deal for the Trump family every time he does business overseas, or the lady who says, impoverish the white middle class. Oh yeah, there's a great campaign slogan for you. Honestly, as New York mayoral races go, I was less creeped out by Anthony Weiner's dick.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Bill Maher going in on Mayor Mandami. I know how some of y'all feel about Bill Maher. Weigh in with your thoughts, you know? You just can't make it up, man. But look at and what what is the total production cost of each of these videos that Dabrand Dami seems quietly busy with? It's like every damn day there's a new video.
Moving and make sure no one is left out in the cold. While the sun and 8% of sheltered stuff, it's a safe haven where you're people and bringing in emergency equipment to get it done faster. And as the city does,
but this goes back to what we showed you at the beginning of the show, where all the New Yorkers were complaining, like Mandami. We thought this was going to happen. We thought this, and now look at the results. Look at this, and then also I believe, was it 10? I think it's up higher now of deaths. He was exposed in a deadly scandal that we got into yesterday, and he was warned, by Mr. Eric Adams. I tell you, you just can't make it up, man. You just can't. So this video right here. Yeah. Right here. Let's play it right here. No, that wasn't it. Right here.
Great fucking job, Mom Donnie. Is that your name? Is that how you say your name? Mom Donnie? Go suck your mom Donnie. Because what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Good luck, New York City. Good luck. It'll all work out, though. Y'all stay down there. Stay your ignorant butt down. Don't you come over here. I got too many people over here. I moved over here y'all got Texas. I'm telling you. Houston, Texas is all over the place. I leave out of Dayton and get on 90. It's always traffic. This place is coming oversaturated now because everybody has been moved down here. Damn. California, y'all. I say, hey, where you come from, California? I say, hey, where you come from, New York? Hey, where you come from, New Jersey? Damn. It's just everybody to move down here. Y'all don't come down here. Stay y'all butt down there. It's gonna work. Y'all want to come over here and you over here and y'all want to vote. Y'all want to do all this. Stay yo ignorant butt down there. Yeah. I tell you, man, what a disgrace. Yeah. But God bless them beautiful pages around the world, man. What y'all think of this whole thing, man, Mandami? What do y'all think about the Epstein files? What do y'all think about everything? Please weigh in with your thoughts, man. We got some more big things we're going to get into on tomorrow's show. I love y'all. Y'all have an amazing, awesome night. Take care of yourself. Stay warm. Again, I hope that you all are blessed, well, and healthy, and that we end this weekend off on a good note, and that we start off into a new week in the month of February. February is going to be a spicy month. I hope y'all are ready. I love y'all, and I will catch y'all on the next one. Yeah.
Straight Shooter with Stephen A.
But I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Welcome to hour number 2, a straight shooter with yours truly, Stephen A., coming at you as I love to do every Wednesday night from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over the airwaves of SiriusXM POTUS Radio. As promised, I've got a guest. Been waiting to talk to him for a little while now. He is a former civil rights attorney and the 48th mayor of the city of Minneapolis. It has undoubtedly been a difficult month for his city, so I'm grateful that he's taken time out of his busy schedule to join me tonight. Right now in attendance, Mayor Jacob Fry of Minneapolis. Good evening, sir. How are you? Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here.
Stephen A., thanks so much for having me, my friend.
I want to ask you this. You heard that sound initially when you said, get the F out of our city. You said that to ICE. Obviously, they haven't listened. How would you describe the state of affairs today at this particular moment in time right now?
Things are chaotic right now in the streets because we've had literally thousands of federal agents come into Minneapolis, and the way that this operation has been conducted, at least to this point, has not been about safety. It hasn't even been about immigration. It's about creating what seems to be a political narrative about who Minneapolis residents are and what we're about. And at the same time, I'll tell you, I am inspired by like the tens of thousands of people here in Minneapolis that are peacefully protesting on the streets. I'm inspired by the people that are dropping meals off for people that would otherwise be afraid to go outside and, standing guard, watching over a church or a daycare. Right now, Minneapolis residents are showing up for each other. And, that in and of itself is truly incredible. And so while these times are really hard, they're also momentous. And Minneapolis is meeting the magnitude of this moment.
What kind of explanation have you been given, if any at all, as to why Minneapolis was chosen as the city where over 3,000 federal agents would be sent to in terms of curbing illegal immigration and what have you? What kind of explanation have you been given?
Stephen A., I don't have much of an explanation, because if you cared about focusing specifically on people that are undocumented in our country, well, we don't have that many in Minneapolis, at least relatively speaking. If you cared about safety, well, hey, we're willing to partner on safety. In fact, we've done that in Minneapolis extensively. We've worked with the DEA and the ATF and the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office to successfully drive down crime. Shootings, for instance, on the north side right now of our city are at a record low. And so we do partner with federal agencies to drive down crime. What we won't do is partner on enforcing federal immigration law. Why? Because I don't want our police officers spending time hunting down a father who just dropped his kids off at daycare, is about to go work a 12-hour shift, who happens to be from Ecuador. I want our police officers catching murderers and investigating crime and answering 911 calls. That's the basic work of being a police officer.
What about those who look at it and they look at it from this perspective? They say, okay, Minnesota is a great state. You have state and local officials that are literally defying federal law. ICE is obviously a federal agency. The president is the commander-in-chief. He's handed down an order, and you have individuals, law enforcement officials, government officials in the state of Minnesota, in the city of Minneapolis, who are not willing to follow federal law. Even Trump just put out some post on his Truth Social platform where he's talking about your statement about not, being cooperative is defying federal law. You see the statement right there. Mayor Jacob Frey just stated that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration law. This is after having a very good conversation with him. Could somebody in his inner sanctum please explain that this statement is a very serious violation of law and that he is playing with fire? What do you make of the statement from the president? Do you agree or disagree with what he's saying from a lawful perspective?
So I agree that we did have a productive conversation. I disagree that we are violating federal law. Here's how it works. In Minneapolis, we're going to do our jobs, but we're not going to do somebody else's job. Our job is keeping the residents of our city safe. Our job is making sure that our police officers are responding to 911 calls. So we've only got a limited number of officers, in fact, about 600. And their time is best spent keeping people in our city safe. Now, federal agents, specifically ICE, they enforce immigration law. And by the way, this is not a policy that is unique to the city of Minneapolis. This is a policy that has been followed, even in New York City now for generations, going back even before Rudy Giuliani. And the reason is that when something tough happens, when a crime goes down, we want everybody to feel comfortable calling 911 without the risk that they're going to get deported for doing so. And so to have that interaction with your local government is critically important. Otherwise, we're creating people that'll just be fugitives for their whole life that are not actually engaging with a system of safety in their respective cities. So this is not a wild policy. Again, it's not. It was even followed, by the radical leftist in Rudy Giuliani.
Define your definition, Mr. Mayor, of what a sanctuary city is and how you feel about sanctuary cities existing in this nation.
Well, there's this terminology around sanctuary city. Put that aside for a second. I'll tell you what we've got in Minneapolis. What we have is something called a separation ordinance. And what the separation ordinance says is that we do not enforce federal immigration law. We do not have our police officers, our public officials working with any federal agency on federal enforcement of immigration law. Now, we do work with them extensively on sorting out crime, on investigating murders and homicides, on driving down a narcotics trade. What the separation ordinance also says is that our police officers, our public officials, will not ask the question as to whether a person is documented or not. Why? We want people of all backgrounds to call 911 when a crime is committed. We want people to engage with their police department and feel the trust in doing so, that they're not just going to get deported. That's actually a really important piece, not for purposes of immigration or politics. It's an important piece for safety in our city.
Talking to Mayor Jacob Fry from Minneapolis right here with Stephen A., straight shooter with Stephen A. I got to ask you this. When you talked about just illegal migrants in a city, people who cross the border illegally, that's what people call them. I want to ask you, how many do you believe you have in your city at this particular moment in time?
How many people that are undocumented or living in Minneapolis right now?
Undocumented, yes. Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I couldn't. I don't really have a guess as to how many presently are here. I do know that I think that the federal administration just got it kind of wrong. You know, some of this is speculative, but I think that a month or two ago, somebody from pretty high up said, go to Minneapolis and arrest and deport a bunch of Somalis. And there wasn't adequate pushback on that directive. And they get here only to find out that the Somalis are here legally. They're by and large American citizens. You know, they got here on a plane. And so, suddenly they're looking around for, what to do next. And attention got redirected towards our Latino community. I mean, here's the bottom line. If the goal is to go after murderers and rapists and people that have destabilized safety in Minneapolis, we're, of course, on board. But is the goal to go after someone who's been here for 29, 30 years, working as a baker? I mean, is that the goal? Nobody has ever come to me and say, yeah, that baker, the breads and the cakes, that's just a bridge too far. We got to get this guy out of here. I mean, nobody said that to me. And so let's put aside, discussion about immigration and let's talk about safety. Let's talk about crime. Let's work on, that's what I would say to people. If the goal is to get murderers, the first question that you ask is not where are you from? The first question that you want to figure out is, did they commit a murder? And yeah, if that's the case, you arrest them, you prosecute them, you charge them, you put them in jail. We're all for that.
Is that what you said to President Trump?
In different words, of course. Yeah, look, I'll say we had a productive conversation. It was a collegial conversation. And I certainly expressed that we do partner. We do partner and we'll continue to partner. We'll deepen a partnership around getting violent criminals off our streets in Minneapolis and throughout the state of Minnesota. We had partnerships with multiple administrations, with the U.S. Attorney's Office that have been very successful in driving down violent crime. In fact, look, in Minneapolis, crime is down in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood of the city. And in part due to partnerships that we've had with the federal government. But no, there seems to be a shift to want to bring it back to immigration and ripping these families apart that have made Minneapolis a better place. And no, I'm not on board with that.
Are you of the belief that the DHS is not telling the truth when it says its objective is removing gang members from Minneapolis? When they say that, they verified gang validation charges, convictions, intelligence flags, et cetera, et cetera. When they say that's their primary focus, are you of the mindset that they weren't telling the truth, that that's not what they're looking for? They're just looking to grab anybody that they think has crossed the border illegally, and that's what this is about?
Well, if the goal is to remove gang members that have created chaos and violence in Minneapolis, man, let's do it. No objection there. We've had task forces that have been set up with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I believe there was an attorney over there at the U.S. Attorney's Office that was the head gang guy that has since left. And so if that's the goal, hey, let's do this. But somehow I'm not sure that's the goal.
We're talking to Mayor Fry right here with Stephen A. on Straight Shooter with Stephen A. I want to ask you this about sanctuary cities, because Trump has been on the record, entertaining essentially compromising federal funding to a state like Minnesota, to a city like Minneapolis, and any sanctuary city. He's clearly targeting it from that perspective, and he's alluded to making sure that you feel the pinch financially, you or anybody else who is non-cooperative with him and federal authorities. Are you concerned about that? If so, please explain why. If not, please explain why not.
Of course, I'm always concerned about the financial well-being of our city. I'm also concerned about some of the constitutional, unconstitutional conduct that we have seen in our streets. To be very clear, look, ICE has been around for a long time. ICE has operated in Minneapolis and virtually every city throughout the country. We're not talking about ICE doing normal ICE stuff. We're talking about large groups of federal agents just going through the street and indiscriminately picking up Latinos and Somalis. A pregnant woman was dragged through the street. A 5-year-old was detained. We've had 2 people killed, and Alex Preddy and Renee Good. This is not ICE doing normal stuff. And so we've got to just talk about the reality that we are seeing on our streets. And by the way, it's not just a lack of safety we're seeing. This is also bad for business, for people that care about the economy and business. We've had these amazing, long-standing businesses, these institutions in Minneapolis that have been hit incredibly hard because there's a lot of people, specifically people of color, that are afraid to go outside because they themselves might get picked up and their family might get torn apart, even those that are American citizens. We've had American citizens that have gotten picked up simply because they, looked the wrong way. And I mean, I think there is a broad recognition, and I'm hopeful that this will result in some action, but I think there is a broad recognition that the status quo and the present status can't continue.
Minfry, I've heard people describe the killing of Renee Good and Alex Preddy as murder, flat out, plain and simple. I didn't hear those words come out of your mouth. I don't know, maybe I missed it or what have you. I'm asking you now, how would you describe what happened to them?
Well, look, I'm in a position right now where we've got investigations that are coming down the pike. We need to make sure that they're done fairly and judiciously, but I mean, imagine for a second here if, with Alex Preddy, if that group of people that killed him weren't wearing uniforms. No uniforms. Just imagine regular activity on the street, no uniforms. What would you call that? And look, it is horrific. I want to make sure that a full and a fair investigation takes place, and I don't want to detract from that. We need justice right now. We need justice. We need truth. And clearly, we haven't seen that when you have a federal administration, people in federal government, jump to conclusions from the very beginning that, the agent that killed Renee Good was just operating in self-defense, and that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist. Right. I mean, we've seen how they've tried to paint Alex Preddy as well, and I've got a deep issue with that. These are our neighbors.
How are you feeling about border czar Tom Homan being sent to Minneapolis? Have you spoken to him, first of all, and how do you feel about his presence there? And Mr. Bavino now being gone and sent back to his regular post and what have you. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, look, we met with the border czar, Tom Homan, just yesterday, had a productive meeting. And so I want to obviously continue to work wherever we can to draw down this operation, to end Operation Metro Surge. And I've expressed to him what I expressed to you, which is, look, of course, we are willing to partner to keep people safe around violent crime. But again, let's keep the focus on violent crime. We're all for reducing murders and homicides and carjackings in the city of Minneapolis. And I also made clear that we've got a separation ordinance in the city of Minneapolis. So we don't We don't enforce federal immigration law. We do our jobs. We have a job to do. Our jobs as Minneapolis and our police department is to keep people safe.
So it's accurate to depict that what you're saying is you're not trying to operate against federal officers. What you're saying is that as you know, from a local and state perspective, you have your job to do and you're doing your job. You're not going to do their job for them. Is that the message that you want to get across as it pertains to dealing with ICE officials and what have you?
Yeah, generally speaking, that's accurate. We have a job to do. We've got 600 police officers in the city. They've got between 3,000 and 4,000 ICE agents and border control. Obviously, there's a massive imbalance there. And I need our police officers spending the limited time and resources that they have of responding to 911 calls and just doing the basic job of a cop. And by the way, they're doing it exceptionally well. I'm proud to work with our incredible Minneapolis police officers, and people, even some of the harshest critics of our police department locally, have said, hey, you know what? They really have built out some trust. They are doing a good job. They are helping keep us safe, and they're working together with us. You know, I've heard that quite a bit as of late. They're also probably seeing the juxtaposition between the conduct of our Minneapolis police officers and that of some of these federal agents, because it's drastically different. And so we've got a job to do. We are going to do our job, but we're not going to do other people's jobs for them.
Last couple of questions before I let you get on out of here, and thank you so much for your time. I mean, with the heightened tensions and armed federal presence that we've witnessed, I want to know, from an operational perspective, what's the plan to protect peaceful protests and to stop and limit the intimidation and the violence? Is there an operational plan in effect to curb, to sort of minimize that kind of stuff that we've been seeing?
We've got a massive plan that is in effect. I mean, Minneapolis, we didn't sit on our hands after 2020. We did a ton of work around emergency preparedness and making sure that not just our police officers, but our whole enterprise was well coordinated and communicating properly. And the message to people in our city has been very clear, which is, yeah, express your First Amendment rights. That's one of the most Minneapolis things that they can do. Express your First Amendment rights, of course, document and record some of the activity that is taking place, but at the same time, continue to not take the bait. Don't take the bait. We don't want to give anybody an excuse to have an additional deployment of federal agents or even military into our city. We don't want to counter one brand of chaos with our own brand of chaos here. When you've seen, again, Minneapolis residents step up by the tens of thousands to help people out, I mean, I've never been prouder to be from here.
Last question to you, Mayor Frey. When you look at this situation in its totality and the profound impact it's had, not just on your city, but on this nation as we've witnessed what's transpired, it's obvious what you're hoping for. But knowing who you're dealing with, from the Kristi Noems to Tom Homan to ICE agents themselves answerable to those individuals, to the President of the United States that you were just on a phone call with today, what is your expectation moving forward for the immediate future?
Look, I've got hopes and I've got expectations, but I want to see it. I want to see a drawdown of this massive deployment of federal agents. I want to see the conduct change so we don't have these crews of federal agents indiscriminately picking people up. What I'll say is, look, I am hopeful. I'm always hopeful that we can make a change here, and I'll believe it when I see it.
Mayor Jacob Frey, Minneapolis, Minnesota, thank you so much for your time out of your busy schedule. I know you've got other commitments to go to. Just know anytime you want to talk, anytime you need a platform, you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen A.
All right. One and only Mayor Jacob Frey from Minneapolis, Minnesota, right here with Stephen A., straight shooter with yours truly. 866-967-6887 is the number to call up to 866-96-POTUS. You're listening live to Straight Shooter with Stephen A. We'll close the show out over the next half hour or so with nothing but your phone calls and yours truly. Don't go away. You are listening and watching Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Back with more in a minute.
we're serious about economic growth, it is time to heed the call of business leaders, labor leaders, faith leaders, law enforcement, and fix our broken immigration system.
We have to stop illegal immigration. We have to.
Trump was elected in a landslide, in part because of a simple promise to all of you, the American people, to secure the border and enforce immigration laws. This is not extreme. This doesn't make us Nazi Germany. Those officers are not Gestapo agents. It is simple law and order for safety and security carried out to protect, in this case, the people of Minnesota. In fact, even President Obama argued passionately, see if it doesn't sound like Donald Trump here, in support of large-scale deportations. Take a look.
There are those in the immigrants' rights community who have argued passionately that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status, or at least ignore the laws on the books and put an end to deportation until we have better laws. Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. And no matter how decent they are, no matter their reasons, the 11 million who broke these laws should be held accountable.
They should be held accountable. It wasn't just talk. Obama deported millions and millions of illegals in this country, and not even criminal illegal aliens. Now, in 2015, he even honored Tom Homan, who is serving as a top ICE official with the government's highest civil service award for deporting so many illegal immigrants. Take a look.
Mr. Homan is the point person for cooperating with state and local authorities in corresponding with them, again, to achieve this level of cooperation to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. And I would just point out that Mr. Homan is someone who has been lauded for many, many decades for his experience working in law enforcement. In fact, this is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified. He has the full trust and faith of the president.
Want to really see something that said, take a look what happened.
Why this beat so cold?
We will make America proud again. And you try to we will make America wealthy again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Getting a little spicy on today's show, exposing it in broad daylight. We got a lot of Obama clips going viral for the wrong reasons. Why is Obama going viral still relevant for the wrong reasons? Y'all know why. And oh boy, is that Bill? Is that Bill? Oh, and we just seen those. You seen those the new Epstein files that dropped? Yeah, maybe Trump was right. Just about everything. Yeah, does not look good in those files for a lot of individuals. The new files that just dropped, oh boy. And Bill Gates is in the files, and if you want to go on your social media pages, your X accounts, you guys, Facebook, Instagram, I just challenge you to type in Bill Gates or just type in Epstein. It'll probably be the first thing that comes up. Yeah, buddy. People ought to be walked out with their hands behind their god doggone back. And I see a lot of the family, a lot of the patriots on the show saying, Rick, can we please get that hat? Can we please get the merch? Look, it's the new hats, the new shirts and hoodies. We have listed it, and then we took it down because it was giving us all kind of errors. So we're fixing the error in A. We're gonna throw a huge discount. It's not gonna look like this though. This was actually sent in from my beloved family member on the show, Miss Beth. And I hope you and your family are doing well. Beth, if you are tuned in right now, I hope you and the fam is doing well, that you are staying warm, that you are in great health, that things are going well. I know we haven't talked in a good minute. It's been about a month or two, almost 3 months, but I hope that you are well, my love. And again, I love every last one of y'all, man. There's so many of you guys that love the show, that love me for who I am, you know. Hey, and there's a lot of people that are still here. There's some that have left. Some that have unsubscribed, some that say I talk too much, I laugh too much, they don't like my personality. Hey, it is what it is, man. Can't make everybody happy. But we are in this together, and we're going to continue to call this out for what it is, that we are going to seek the truth. We're going to crack jokes. We're going to have fun in this dirty world of politics. And hey, here we are. Let's go and jump in.
Through their work at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they've demonstrated how the most capable and fortunate among us have a responsibility to use their talents and resources to tackle the world's greatest challenges. From helping women and girls lift themselves and their families out of poverty to empowering young minds across America, they have transformed countless lives with their generosity and innovation. Bill and Melinda Gates continue to inspire us with their impatient optimism that together we can remake the world as it should be.
Wow. Just in 24 hours, this clip has over 40 million more views, likes, reshares are up in the thousands. Just in 48 hours, people have reposted this clip from 2010. I wonder why.
There are those in the immigrants' rights community who have argued passionately that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status, or at least ignore the laws on the books and put an end to deportation until we have better laws. And often this argument is framed in moral terms. Why should we punish people who are just trying to earn a living? I recognize the sense of compassion that drives this argument. But I believe such an indiscriminate approach would be both unwise and unfair.
Oh.
It would suggest to those thinking about coming here illegally that there will be no repercussions for such a decision. And this could lead to a surge in more illegal immigration. And it would also ignore the millions of people around the world who are waiting in line to come here legally.
Okay.
Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. And no matter how decent they are, no matter their reasons, the 11 million who broke these laws should be held accountable.
Did I hear it correctly? Did I hear it correctly? Am I losing my hearing? Oh, Barry. Oh, Barry. I tell you, you just can't make this up. And is that you giving Tom Homan a medal? Ooh. Oh boy. Obama awarded Tom Homan one of the highest honors available to a federal civil service executive. Boy. Man. Record-setting approvals, removals, deportations. A medal with Obama. But with Trump, the same man with Trump right now, Tom Homan, is a Nazi. You see, you see, we exposing it in broad daylight. every single time. And I love that Caroline Levitt pulled it out in front of everybody. She bought the receipts. I love when they bring the receipts because it seems like y'all forget. The fake news media, you so-called reporters, journalists, we know y'all is activists. We know the bias, the hatred, the fear-mongering, the negativity for President Trump. Y'all can't be fair. Y'all can't tell the god doggone truth, you know. But y'all all seem to forget. So I love when they pull the receipts out on y'all ass. Look.
This is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified. He has the full trust and faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings in the hopes that ICE and local law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have successful immigration enforcement, as we've seen in almost every other state across the country.
Oh boy, you just can't make that up. Want a good look at it again. Felt good, didn't it, Obama? Obama, it felt good, didn't it? Didn't it, Barry? Smiling, feeling good. Tom Homan got a smile on his face. I mean, man. And look, another clip with over millions of views in the last couple of hours that people are reposting. Look, we have it all right here. And I'm glad all these clips are going viral right now. And it exposes these Democrats, these hypocrites, these frauds, these hypocrites. You know, hypocrisy. Sweet double standard, huh? Exposing y'all every single day in broad daylight. Because now all of a sudden Trump's the big bad orange man, threat to democracy, dictator, authoritarian. This is authoritarianship. Oh, American citizens are getting deported. We've all lost our rights. Oh, Trump is destroying the country. Unconstitutional, unpresidential. Oh, everybody, go get your gun. Go do this because ICE might be knocking you out, or knocking at your door and pulling you out your car, out your house. Oh, even if you're an American citizen. Oh, get the hell out of here.
The Bush administration has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And
look at Hillary. Oh, hell, look at Hillary. Look how she's looking at old Barry. Look at this. Look at this Democratic debate on CNN. On CNN.
The reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. And so what we have to do is create a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one. Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker. That has to change. They have to be held accountable. And when we do those things, I believe...
Is that Biden at the end? Yeah. See all them Democrats are lined up? Yeah.
That we can take the undocumented workers, the illegal aliens who are here, get them out of the shadows, make sure that they are subject to a stiff penalty, make sure that they're learning English, make sure that they go to the back of the line so they're not getting an advantage over people who came here legally. And when we do that, I think that...
Make sure they're learning English. But when Trump said it, he's a racist. When we said it, we're racist, we're Nazis, we're fascists. You know, hey, I just don't get it. Somebody please come in here and slap me and make me understand. Please, somebody walk in here and just slap Rick upside the head and say, Rick, this how this how it works, sir. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay.
We can, instead of shedding all this heat, start shedding some light on the problem, and we can once again be a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. That's what I intend to do as President of the United States.
Nation of laws, a nation of immigrants. You know, our president said the same thing. We need it, but we have to do it the right way. And even one of his constituents standing up on stage, they propped him up, asked him what kind of flavor ice cream did he like. Would you like chocolate today, sir? Vanilla? And we even added strawberry today, sir. Yes, and we'll send you on your one-way ticket over there. You just go and sit and go and take a nap. Go and go to bed. We have the machine plugged up in the wall. We have you gave us the authorization code, correct? You did? Okay. We're gonna sign it away. And you said what, sir? Or are we doing anything at the border? No, we'll worry about it later. It's wide open. And even Miss Harris, she says she won't be in today. Yeah, they said she is recovering. She's having a hangover. Yeah, they said she was laughing and she had took too many shots and she has a hangover. So yeah, no, she won't be headed to the border. We know the borders are, but no, we'll it's fine. And then we'll keep it wide open, you know, because we again need the people. We need things to come in. We need, you know, this will work out perfectly for everybody, even the American people, even the taxpayers. Yeah, you just can't make it up. What a disgrace. Damn, CNN, the Democratic debate. Look at all these frauds up on the stage. People ought to be walked. They all should have been walked out in handcuffs long god doggone time ago. And around this time, I was in elementary? Was I in elementary or middle school? 2000. I was a little boy. You know, unbelievable. I didn't know what the hell was going on in this country. What a disgrace. You know, 2013. Oh boy.
You know, I'm the President of the United States. I'm not the Emperor of the United States. My job is to execute laws that are passed. And Congress right now has not changed what I consider to be a broken immigration system. And what that means is that we have certain obligations to enforce the laws that are in place, even if we think that in many cases the results may be tragic. There are going to be some stories that break our hearts. And more importantly, we're going to continue to have an economy that is stifled by a really inefficient system where not only are we deporting folks, but we also have a legal immigration system that is so bottlenecked that it forces sometimes people into the illegal system.
Oh.
Atlantic clear. Yeah. This is 2030 for the Democrats. Okay. What you're looking at here, and I want to really drive this home. So let me hear you in the comments and the chat that make sure that I am correct on this. Well, not correct on this. Make sure I am landing the plane on this, because I want to show you this middle part of the country. This is really important. Do you notice anything very fascinating about if the Democrats won every single blue wall state that was required, Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton? You'll notice here, right? So they win Virginia, and this is all hypothetical, right? This is after the 2030 apportionment, which means electoral college votes shift around. They win Virginia, they win Pennsylvania, they win Michigan, they win Wisconsin, and they win Minnesota. That is the blue wall. They call it the blue wall because if they get all those states, they can't lose. Well, that was before the apportionment, because now, even if they get every single state that's in the blue wall, including the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, which was all the rage the last 4 elections, they lose the election. Again, let me drive that home really clear so you guys know things that no one else does. If you lose Arizona as a team blue, which they just lost, and Nevada, by the way, also went red this last election. If they get Minnesota, it's kind of you kind of seen what's going on in Minnesota. They're going to get Minnesota. They get Wisconsin, they get Michigan, they get Pennsylvania. The blue wall, if that thing holds, they still lose. What that means is they have to pick off either a North Carolina, heavily red, a Georgia, red, or a Arizona, red. So what I'm showing you right now is literally the Death Star for the Democrats coming right around that planet. I think it was Yavin. Might have been Yavin. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the planet. I like Star Wars. But honest to God, this is what you're looking at. This is what they're so afraid of. This is why they have all of their little foot soldiers in the streets. This is why they're losing their minds and their rhetoric is going to an 18 level out of 1 to 10. It's because they know this is coming. Right? And by the way, just for another little part of this, Pennsylvania went red, Michigan's gone red, Wisconsin's gone red, and Virginia was right on the cusp. So this is in a scenario opposite of what happened in this previous election. This is in their best case scenario. Uh-oh. This is why I tell you, you are winning more than you possibly know, because these are the things that no one will tell you, particularly on the lefties, because they are terrified of this. Now, here's the big thing I'll tell you about this, and we're going to go on to the next tab. None of this happens unless you vote like you're losing, you act like you're losing, you share like you're losing, and you watch and you engage like you're losing. We leave everything on the field. I'm going to show you things and the potential you have to make come true, but it only happens if you activate. And what you're looking at right now is quite literally the Death Star of the Democrat Party coming in 2032. That's the first election. Actually, technically, 2030 would technically be the midterm election that they're going to get on this first. It's going to be painful. I mean, I'm here for it, but it's going to be painful. And I'm just going to keep on just going. All right. All right, here we go. We got some super chats to get to real quick. Paul Hull with a $10 super chat said, saw a report that 4,000 ballots in Fulton County went through one ballot scanner in 1 minute, not a second. 4,000 in a minute. Not sure of the provenance of this report. I am also not sure of that, but I would be honest with you. I would not be surprised, living in Georgia a very long time of my life and also knowing Fulton County, which is where the Atlanta seat of power is. I would not be shocked if a water pipe didn't magically bust. Just saying. Anyway, got another super chat for Yetter6242, $2. By God's grace, Pennsylvania will be solid red very soon. It's heading that way. It's absolutely heading this way. Oh, we have our resident lefty. I'm going to give her hold on, Autumn. I need to get a title. Private? Sergeant? I don't know, corporal? I don't know. You need something. You need some sort of title. Corporal Autumn. Private Autumn. I don't know. We'll work on it. You're going to get some sort of rank. But Autumn's here, our designated lefty. I'm telling you, that's fine. You could all make fun of it all you want. I'm showing you exactly what's coming. So just keep on coming. And this is another little piece to this. Again, that was in a scenario where they win everything. This is the current scenario with the generic ballot. +1 for Democrats. That is literally +1 for Republicans. The generic ballot is biased towards Republicans. In the 2018 election, the first midterm with Trump and Trump 1.0, yeah, it was +7 to +14. Now it's +1. Doing great work. All right, let's keep on trucking. Let's keep on going, guys. We've got freedom to distribute. I don't even need a break. I don't even need one, because this next part I'm really excited about. No, I'm going to do a break. Come here. We need to set this up. It's not even for me. It's for you guys. We got to set this up together. We're going to have an amazing little segment here, because this one brings home some real hard realities. And I love really, really good realities that just demolish a good narrative. So one of the things that we talked about today is something around the whole ICE scenario in Minnesota, when the Attorney General Keith Ellison went forward and said he was going to stop those pesky ICE officers, and he, as a state Attorney General, was going to sue the federal government and say, you can't do that. Well, a Biden-appointed federal judge just said, sit down, shut up, Keith. Yes, they can. Because preliminary injunction was denied. And for all my 2A people, you guys know how big of a deal that is. Okay? It's a big deal. But now, I'm going to show you something else to set this up properly. Attorney General Pam Bondi, another huge Justice Department legal win in Minnesota. Just now, a Biden-appointed district judge denied Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison's attempt to keep ICE out of Minnesota. And this is the big payoff right here. Everybody's going to love this, especially those lefties. Neither sanctuary policies nor meritless litigation will stop the Trump administration from enforcing federal law in Minnesota. And this is the thing that I wanted to say on this for the prior 2 videos I did. But we were talking about something else. The thing that no one wants to tell anybody, right? This is the underlying secret. This is the canary in the coal mine. This is whatever. This is the big thing, right? The Biden administration they didn't pass much legislation because it was a split Congress and they couldn't get Republicans to go along. Now, Trump is in power. It's a split Congress. And by that, I mean the Senate. The Senate still has the filibuster in place. The exact same thing that stopped Joe Biden is the exact same thing that's going to stop Donald Trump. That's the design of the entire operation. Everything that you've seen so far, with the exception of the one big beautiful bill, has all been through the executive branch. Now, why is that important? Come here, I'm going to tell you why it's important. The reason that's important is because no matter what they do, in a worst case scenario, and this is speaking to Private Autumn and the people who would wander in, because I'm going to educate you real quick. No matter what you did, no matter what you do, if you take the House, congratulations, the Senate will not vote to impeach Donald Trump. They will not remove him. So you're going to do the impeachment all you want. It's going to be impeach this, impeach that, to your own detriment. Meanwhile, the executive branch is going to continue to carry on because you also don't have any of the votes to impeach Kristi Noem or Pete Hegseth, any of the cabinet members. The real harsh reality is they're trying to lobby for power to have the House just because they want power in the House. They aren't going to pass any more legislation the same way they didn't pass it under the Biden administration and the same way they only did the Trump administration's one big beautiful bill through the reconciliation process. This is the whole big secret. The left is telling them, all the lefties, that if they just get the House, they're going to stop Donald Trump. No, they're not. Because this is all executive branch action. Again, I would like to bring you up to all of the things that have happened recently, from immigration to Venezuela to Iran, all of it. From the inflation data, from all the small business stuff, everything. All of it's happened executive, with the exception of the one big beautiful bill, which is going to cut taxes across the board for significant groups of people. So all the pipe dreams that the left is selling is not going to stop what they think it's going to stop. And that's best case scenario. But anyway, we're going to keep on grinding. We're probably going to prevent that once the SCOTUS makes that little decision they've got coming this year. But more on that later. Here is the actual CNN report lamenting the fact that, oh my God, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, actually has power to enforce and support executive actions underneath an executive bureaucracy, which is underneath the executive branch, and he's the head of the executive branch. I'm just going to play this here. I'll get a beverage while you guys do that. Here, watch this.
Including just into CNN, a federal judge ruling today the immigration crackdown in Minnesota, dubbed Operation Metro Surge, can continue. Now, the decision follows weeks of escalating tensions and protests over the shooting deaths of Minneapolis residents Renee Good and Alex Preddy by federal agents. Minnesota, St. Paul, and Minneapolis sued federal officials, calling their immigration enforcement operation a federal invasion involving warrantless arrest and excessive force. I want to bring in CNN's Julia Benbrook live from the White House for.
We're just going to pause that for a second, just to let us all soak it in, like the rays of the sun. They sued him, saying that it was a federal invasion of Minnesota by federal law enforcement officers. The judge said, no, it's not. Go back to sleep or the whiskey jar. Stop drinking. I mean, honest to God, how many more pieces of evidence do you need to show that this is well within the power of the president of the United States? A Biden-appointed federal judge just said that. Not a Trump-appointed judge, not a Clinton, not a Bush, a Biden-appointed federal judge just said that. Because it's clear as crystal. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's not factual, okay? CNN is like, man, we got to say it. I mean, sure, we did say it was an invasion, and sure, Tim Walz did bend over a barrel, proverbially, and sure, we did say it was really, really unconstitutional and he was being a tyrant. But a federal judge just said, no, he's not, no, they're not, no, you're not, and you're wrong. Just saying. All right, let's keep on going. Maybe they got more for us. Guys, let me hear you in the comments, the chats, the emojis. I'm loving all the hearts I'm seeing. I will love each and every one of you. Just thread them out. Let's keep it going. We've got a country to save. Freedom, go.
So, Julia, what more can you tell us about the judge's ruling here?
Yeah, well, as you detailed there, Omar, the judge said that Operation Metro Surge can continue to take place in Minnesota. And this is after weeks of escalating tensions there, and as we are seeing protests across the country take place this weekend. Now, earlier this month, the state of Minnesota and the Twin Cities sued federal officials, saying that the law enforcement operation there, the immigration enforcement operation there, was a federal invasion. And they said that it was involving warrantless arrest and excessive forces. Now, this also comes as really the face of the administration's response to all of this. The Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, her future in the administration is being questioned by many. Important to note here, though, that President Donald Trump himself is defending her at this point.
Now, this is an interesting piece to this because I want to I want to show you and highlight something. You guys probably have already seen this multiple times, but I want to highlight something. The amazing way that it shifts, like literally, the narrative always shifts. And I'm just going to jump over here real quick. Because over here, before the magic trip, like what's behind the curtain? Ha-ha! Nothing's behind the curtain. Poof, gone. It didn't happen. That's memory hold. And then, of course, the Democrats distancing themselves and bailing on that. But then this other piece right here, which is what we're watching, it's always a shifting goalpost. Always, never ending. And that's how you know they're losing, because when they move on from something, it just means it doesn't bear political fruit anymore. So originally it was Minnesota is going to stop them because people are rising up, and so is the AG, and so is the governor, and so is the mayor of Minneapolis. By the way, you haven't heard much of that little soy boy recently, have you? Governor Walz is like, mum's the word. They're calling him literally a, quote, fascist collaborator online right now. So that shifted. Then it became, well, the AG, the Attorney General Keith Ellison, who's knee-deep in the fraud accusations from the whole, Minnesota fraud situation. He sued the federal government and said that ICE is invading and they're doing all these terrible things. It's all unconstitutional. And then the federal judge, who was appointed by Biden, goes, no, they're not. And now it's shifting to, but there is rumor, there is scuttlebutt that Kristi Noem is on the chopping block. Literally, guys, they just want some sort of win. It's all political. That's why it keeps on shifting every 3 seconds. All right, let's keep on going. Hopefully I can highlight some more of these things for you. CNN at the White House, go.
Now, just a few days ago here at the White House, we did see Trump host his first cabinet meeting of the year. This is the 10th cabinet meeting of his second term. And as reporters on this beat, we have become accustomed to seeing him go around the table. He calls on the secretaries in his administration. They give updates on what their departments are doing. They often praise his work as well. He did start off that meeting saying that he wasn't going to call on everyone. This was going to be a little bit shorter. But with so much going on in her department right now, I think a lot of people were looking to see what she had to say. And he did skip over her. Trump himself did not take questions during that cabinet meeting either, which is also highly unusual. He did take to Truth Social last night to...
All right, you guys get the idea, right? Oh my God, they didn't talk to Kristi Noem. Did you catch they didn't talk to Kristi Noem? How could they not talk to Kristi Noem? Oh man, I think I missed something. That's okay. We'll keep on going. I'll catch it on the other end, or I'll just do a random search at the end of this. Maybe we'll peruse the most powerful thing on the internet, X, and see what happened. Oh, goodness. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah. This is what I was going to talk about. By the way, if you guys think I missed something that's going on, please tell me. Tell me what I missed. Autumn lost her chick. Did we lose Autumn? Private Autumn? Oh, man. You hate to see it. We were right in the middle of educating her. All right. So this is really important. The court pauses to observe what it is not deciding. At this stage, the court makes no final determination on the merits of any claims asserted by plaintiffs, nor does the court offer any opinion about the wisdom of Operation Metro Surge. I've read this to you a couple times. And the legality of many of the specific actions taken by federal agents during the operation is not before the court in this case. Instead, the court only decides whether to grant the extraordinary remedy of the preliminary injunction halting a federal law enforcement operation based upon the 10th Amendment. By the way, little shout out to all my 2A audience, all my 2A supporters and my 2A activists out there. They might recognize that the extraordinary remedy of the preliminary injunction. Does that language sound familiar? See how I've told you multiple times, all of you guys, I've said that the 2A community, specifically the gun rights orgs, the gun rights supporters, the gun rights people, they all have been through all of the trenches and the trials and the tribulations. All of this has been applied to them, and now they're using it in the broad space again. It's the exact same language, it's just applied to a different point. That's why I'm trying to build the bridges between both communities. This is really important. All right, let's keep on trucking. In answering this question, the court must view plaintiffs, Minnesota, claims through the lens of a specific legal framework they invoke, and having done so, finds the plaintiffs having not met their burden. For the reasons discussed below, the motion is denied. That means they got kicked right in the gonads. That's what that means. But let's keep on trucking, because there's some things, I swear, the LA Times, y'all, I mean, sometimes even a blind squirrel finds a nut. And in this case, they found a little bit of a nut. And why am I putting this in the immigration segment of this video? Well, you can figure this out. Watch this. Finally, the LA Times says, a renter's market. LA rent prices dropped to a 4-year low. Okay, come here. Guys, pause for dramatic sarcasm. What could have happened in Los Angeles over the last several months that could have caused a lowest rent in over 4 years? I couldn't imagine it would be less people. Like, is this really this difficult? It can't be this difficult. You have to try to be this stupid. Let's see. We have less people competing for the exact same resources. And the Los Angeles Times goes, finally, the rent's going down. I wonder what did that. I can't imagine that it would be 3 million people leaving the economic system. It has downward pressure on all prices. That's why all consumption is going down. That's why all consumables are going down. Gas, groceries, rent, mortgages, housing availability, all of it is going down. Well, housing availability is going up because prices are going down. This is the whole point. When you remove this many people who are here through an open border at the magical time of Biden's administration, pricing and livability goes all the way through the roof. You start evicting people and getting them out of the country to the tune of 3 million in 11 months, and all of a sudden prices are going down. And the LA Times is like, egads, what could have done it? You just can't make this crap up. All right, guys, if I'm landing this plane, let me hear in the comments, the chats, the emojis. In addition to supply and demand, in addition to supply and demand, Luna credits a few factors for the changing market. Last year, communities targeted by immigration officers, such as Long Beach and East LA, saw a jump in vacancies. Yo. Yeah, okay. This year, anxiety over the federal government and a wavering stock market is stock market. The stock market is literally at all-time high. What the hell are you talking about? Is making some people less secure in their finances, leading some tenants to move in with family or friends, leaving studio and one-bedroom apartments empty. At a certain point, you're trying. You're just trying to ignore the obvious. He said units that once sat on the market for 3 to 5 days are sitting 3 to 5 weeks, and some landlords are offering move-in deals to attract tenants. That sounds like a healthy economic market. Weird. I can't imagine what would cause this to happen in Los Angeles. You know, a sanctuary city. Guys, my eyes are going to pop out of my head one of these days. I mean, like, last year, communities targeted by immigration officers, such as Long Beach and East LA, saw a jump in vacancies. Can't imagine what that would be. Man, that is weird. I tell you what, at least there's no proof it's working. Oh my goodness gracious, guys, the sarcasm button needs to stay on for this one. Look at that, from Homeland Security. The United States is experiencing negative net migration. In just 1 year, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the U.S. under the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. U.S. population growth slows due to historic decline in net international migration. Well, I am flummoxed. That is weird. How could all of these things be happening at the exact same time? It's almost like there's a centralized catalyst that's causing the entire thing. I'll wait. They'll get it eventually. Or they could blame the shaky stock market. I swear, guys, sometimes I'm just like, what's happening? All right. Hey, gives me content all day long. Let's keep on trucking. And this coming from OSZ, Open Source Zone, has the proportions gone too far? Oh my goodness gracious. Of 1,000 registered voters, not far enough or about right. Guys, they wouldn't be lying to you, would they? They wouldn't. They couldn't. Perhaps. Maybe. They wouldn't do it to you, would they? They wouldn't drum up a lot of emotional spend on like paid agitators and paid rioters and a lot of money going to all the talking heads and all the, paid X accounts on X to flood the stairway or the airwaves in a way to give you a different perception of reality. Would they? They wouldn't. They can't. No, they wouldn't do that even on media. It's almost like a majority of the population's like, yeah, no, we voted to get them out. Why is this difficult? They're not having babies. They don't have any money. They're losing election they're losing election apportionment. They're losing representation in houses of Congress. They're losing the ability to have swing states. They've lost their blue wall. I can't imagine why they'd be freaking out. Y'all, please tell me I'm over the target on this one. Planes, targets, anything else you want to throw in the chat, the comments, let me know I'm doing something, because to me, this is clear as day. And of course, we're having fun together at the same time. And now we have come to the next break. This next one, guys, hold on. I think we're going to go look at the Kami Mamdani and get how he got his butt handed to him by Kathy Hochul. Yeah, that's where we're going in a second. Oh, it's so good. But y'all, listen. This is the whole point of this channel. I am trying to cut through the propaganda, and I spend a lot of effort and energy trying to deliver you content and then tying a bunch of different pieces together rather than do an individual ex-post blast and all these little pieces. I try to aggregate it together to show you what is actually going on, because it is truly different. The amount of propaganda you are under is unprecedented. Seriously, the only time that I've seen any type of propaganda level equal or close to would be the Kamala Harris election. I mean, like her campaign, because they spent $2 billion in 6 weeks, and it was literally, I've never seen that level of propaganda. It was wild. And it also broke the Democrats, and they're still paying it off, and they're $16 million or $12 million, $16 million in debt, and they have $12 million on hand. So it worked out great, but seriously, this is wild, absolutely wild. All right, let's keep on going. We've got to take a trip up to the socialist utopia of Kami Mamdani. All right, listen, guys, who is in the mood to watch Kathy Hochul kick him right in the socialist gonads? All right, here we go. I showed you this on a prior video, but now there's been more developing. In fact, even Eric Adams is getting into the party and kicking him right in the proverbial gonads. I don't know why. I like that phrase. It's just a good phrase. And we have a super chat from JKC with a $100 super chat. Thank you very much. Said, thank you for connecting so many dots. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are all amazing. The comments, the chats, the emojis. 4,000 people in a live stream. That is worthy of note, and thank each of you for being here. All right, here we go. This is the one. This is the clip to set this up, and I love this more than anything you could imagine. Because one of my favorite things about watching socialist work is they're like a butterfly, right? They start out like a little caterpillar, and they're just like, oh, it's going to be so great. One day I'm going to be a beautiful little butterfly, and we're going to have amazing free buses, and everything's going to be free, and we're going to put rent controls in, and then we're just going to take property from landlords who are meanie pantses, and then we're going to have a great socialist union, and we're going to be this incredible place where there are no woes, everyone is equal in the crap, and it's going to be awesome. But while we'll be in crap, it'll still be equal crap. So you won't have jealous of somebody else's crap, but you will still be in crap. The guarantee of socialism. Okay, this is what he said, and this is one of my favorite things, because then they go into their little cocoon when they're elected, and they evolve as this big, beautiful butterfly, and they come out as a capitalist. Because Mamdani here is putting in place a chief savings officer in both. Thrice. Nope, all of them. All the executive bureaucracies and all of the entitlement programs in New York City, he's putting in a chief savings officer to deliver savings. How much do you think a chief savings officer gets paid? I'm going to find that out. I'll probably send Katie on a mission to find that out at some point once they do these. But I bet you they're probably going to increase the cost across all these bureaucracies by like $100,000, $200,000 per bureaucracy to find that chief savings officer. Because taking somebody who's already in those bureaucracies and sliding them into that role, existing salaries, wouldn't be fair. But that's more to come on that one. But this is when he created chief savings officers. Okay? Why would a socialist create a chief savings officer? Again, the word sunsetting is about to make an appearance. That just means cutting crap. Watch this.
45 days, those officers have to come back to us with a full assessment of the savings that could be pursued, the efficiencies that we're currently seeing, and the programs that frankly need to be sunsetted or are not effective.
Okay, so go ahead, put your John Hancock on that, and that will be...
Y'all, does this work? Can I just say, if I were to all of a sudden not be a capitalist and not be a conservative and not be oriented to the right side of the political spectrum, if I came out and said I was a communist and all I said was, I am allocating my political resources and all my emotional feelings towards the betterment of all, does that mean I'm not a communist anymore just because I said it flowery? I mean, I swear to you, it is wild. But let's continue. Kathy Hochul is about to kick him right in the, let's go with the liver, right in the liver. All right, this is his announcement that he made. And again, remember, he's laying everything at the feet of the prior administration. That's why they can't do free buses. That's why they can't get all the goodies. Watch this. And then Eric Adams, the prior mayor, is like, yeah, nah, bitch, that ain't happening. Watch this.
New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget to the tune of at least $12 billion. We did not arrive at this place by accident. This crisis has a name and a chief architect. In the words of the Jackson 5, it's as easy as ABC. This is the Adams budget crisis. In 2025, under New York City is facing.
Isn't that amazing how it's just like, well, we would have done the free buses and we would have done everything we told you we were going to, lied straight to your face, but we would have done it if that pesky Adams hadn't have done that thing, which then made us have no money. You know, that thing where they paid for and they gave all the gift cards and they gave all the hotels to all the illegal immigrants when Texas and Georgia just dumped them all off in New York City. Remember that? That was like a year and a half ago. I know it was like eons ago, but that's what brought them to this point because they decided to pay for all of it. So $12 billion, right? Okay. If you remember that story, let me hear in the comments in the chat because, again, poof, magic. It never happened. I swear, in today's day and age, if you have a memory longer than 3 years, you are like a sage. I swear. These people are like, they're like, I don't even know, some of the short memory, like a goldfish or something. All right, here we go. Eric Adams. He did not take kindly to that. Let me just tell you, he did not like that one bit. Now, this guy's a Democrat, the prior mayor of New York City. In case anyone was wondering, this was the real motive behind today's press conference, talking about what I just showed you, right? Mayor Mamdani promised a laundry list of free giveaways to buy votes. Ooh. Yee. With no plan to pay for them. Yeah, we covered that. It was like, we're just going to imagine it to happen. Now that the math doesn't work, instead of owning the fact that he misled New Yorkers, he's blaming me. Let's be clear. I left him over $8 billion in reserves. Uh-oh. Where'd that go? This is the same Mamdani who spent years attacking me for not spending enough during the migrant crisis. Remember the migrant crisis where they just shipped all the migrants from Texas and all the border states to New York and Illinois? Remember that? The only reason those reserves exist is because I ignored him and his socialist comrades who demanded we blow billions more with no guardrails. Free isn't free, it's just someone else's bill to pay. I mean, like, that is actually really, really well said. And then he puts all this stuff up where it's actually...
Eric Adams, New York City.
Okay, hold on a second. That's Mamdani when he was in full-on pajama mode. Let me zoom in on this because I want to show you what he said. And this is Eric Adams posting this, by the way. When the socialists are getting eaten alive by the almost socialist, it's a thing. Let's get back to the beginning of this. Watch this. So on the left over here, Ben Max, New York City DSA, Democrat Socialist of America, if you're not tracking that, and other partners organized to rally 10,000 people to go to Albany on February 25th to push to tax the rich to fund Mamdani's agenda, close city budget gaps, etc. Okay. Let's see what Zoran said when he was in full-on pajama mode before he became socialist butterfly mode. Watch this. Oh yeah, audio.
Saying the promise of this city. A mayor who sees a migrant crisis and thinks that the answer is tent cities. Tent cities that are built by the same contractor that Donald Trump hired to build the wall. Tent cities that migrants are saying remind them exactly of the same sites that we lambast when we see them in Texas. So we are here to say it is unacceptable in Texas, it is unacceptable in New York, and it is unacceptable in any place where there is a conscience. To this mayor, let us be clear, there are real solutions to this crisis. Because if we went by what you wanted to do, this kind of rain could be flooding your answer to it. Yes! What we need instead
is to eliminate the 90-day waiting period, to open up city vets to our undocumented brothers and sisters and families beyond the pine.
All right. So you got to open up everything to your undocumented brothers and sisters that Texas and everyone just shipped there. That's what you got to do? Okay. Well, now they're talking about reimagining relationships with Albany. Remember that? Well, this is what Kathy Hochul said to that. I absolutely love this for every second and every moment that it's worth, because this is the perfect way to culminate this point. As we go through this woman asked Kathy Hochul, hey, Mayor Mamdani wants more money from Albany to raise taxes. And remember that thing that you and I said, you know, we're going to big screen for this, and then I'll do the final reveal here. Remember that thing where all the conservatives and all the independents and all the Republican-leaning people were thinking, hey, if you keep taxing people, the corporations and the rich people are just going to leave? And we were told, no, they won't. They love New York. They love California. They love everything. By the way, completely don't look at the electoral college map and all the numbers. It's a poof, gone, right? Again, hence the magic trick. But then you look at this, and all of a sudden, it's weird. Weird. Take it away, Kathy.
So Mayor Mamdani has said that he doesn't think that wealthy people and corporations would actually leave if their taxes go up. Do you disagree with that?
It's not a gamble I want to take, because we're already down about $13 billion in revenues from people who did leave our state. And when asked, many of them do complain about the taxes in New York, something I'm trying to do something about.
So
now, hold on. I thought that they would absolutely stay. Because obviously, if you just keep on getting just whipped by the tax man over and over and over again, and it's given out to a unsustainable situation in New York through, like, you know, things like sanctuary cities and over endowments and in entitlement programs. But don't worry, they've got chief savings officers now. Why would you stay there when you have other states that are offering you much better tax incentives? Why would you not move your corporation, your business, and your individual's household? Why would you not do that? It doesn't make any sense on any planet. To stay there to be a virtuous person? Yeah, nah, screw that crap. No, people don't do that. In fact, if you look at people, which is the main issue with socialism, because people, she says it right there. It's not a gamble that I want to take because we're already down $13 billion in revenues from people who did leave. That's not a gamble. That's a guarantee. You've got a well-known, proven fact that if you raise taxes, people leave because they can't operate or live there anymore. And she's going, well, I don't want to take that gamble. It's like, no, it's not a gamble. You've already lost $13 billion in revenues. That just happens to be the same number that they're short in New York. Oh, magic. Woo, wow. It's amazing. Look, for my next trick, they raise taxes, they're going to lose more people, which means they lose more revenue, which means they lose more jobs, which means they lose more revenue. This is not hard. There's a certain level where people will put up with being taxed and overtaxed and undertaxed, and you're getting real close to the point where you'll lose even more, because now there's negative net returns. The more you raise taxes, the more you actually lose. It's almost like the Laffer curve from the Ronald Reagan era is real. I don't know. Maybe I'm way out there in left field, but you guys can tell me in the comments and the chats and the emojis. Did I miss anything over there? Was it fun in the chat? Would you guys hold up your deputized duty? Was there a squabble I needed to sort out? What I need to do, let me know in the comments, the chats, and the emojis. If you enjoy the content, if I seen landing planes, I'll know I did it right. Over the target, of course. You know I love each and every one of you, just the right amount that makes you feel comfortable. Thank you so much for going through the roller coaster with me. That was today, and I will see you guys on the next one. More freedom to distribute tomorrow, like Johnny Appleseed with a full auto, and we are going to do it every single day. I'll see you on the next one.
Oh my gosh, you're tea as fuck.
Thank you.
Girl, what's your name?
Sarah, what's yours?
Ooh, nice to meet you, sir. I'm Trey.
Nice to meet you, Trey.
Where you from, girl?
I'm from here, from Atlanta.
Oh, from Atlanta? Oh my God, I just moved to Atlanta like 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
You should know.
Yeah, what's your number?
I need my number.
Ooh, yeah, you look like Ice from Cartier.
I do?
Yeah. So yeah, like what you trying to do later on and shit?
Nigga, what the fuck? Hey, man.
The fare is going up to $3 January 1st.
We should be getting like food and stuff, beverages at this point. $3 to ride the train. They got to get the services better.
I feel like I'm a car. It's expensive.
$3 for one ride.
Breaking news, New York City has officially raised their subway fares to $3, effective today, directly contradicting Mamdani's pledge to make public transit free. I mean, I don't, and this was on the 4th, so this was just yesterday. Maybe things have changed. I don't know what's going on, but are y'all not embarrassed?
All right, you ready for this? Under Mandami, New York City has just passed the COPA law, which means if you own a home in New York City and you want to sell that home, you can't sell that home unless unless non-profit organizations put in a bid for that home. It must be listed 30 or 60 days. You got to fact check me on that. I'm not sure. But there is a certain amount of time that home has to be listed. Nonprofits have to have no interest before you can privately sell that home. You know what? I'm just going to let you take that information and pass your opinion.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, New Yorkers that voted for Mamdani today just found out that their train ride and their bus ride, remember, he was supposed to make buses free, are not going to be free. They're actually going up in price to $3 now. The whole time I lived there, I've seen bus fares and train fare, the MTA fare, right, which is the transportation fare that we pay. They've gone up throughout the years, right? But they have never gone up to $3. Not that I can remember. Now that he's become the mayor, they're at $3 and people are freaking out. They're losing their minds because they voted for free buses and they're not getting no free buses. So now, not only are leftists who voted for Mamdani missing out on a free bus rides, but thanks to Democrats, fares have jumped to about $3 while services remain just as lousy as before. So the bus fares go up. People can't even get on the bus, right? I'm going to show you a video of how bad it's become, right? It's already been bad. It's already been bad throughout the years, but now, now it's getting worse. Now it's getting absolutely worse for people in New York City. And many others are literally basically warning that this is just the beginning. Like, this is bad. This is the beginning of fare required. Like, this is just look at this picture. I want to make sure that I play this picture for everybody that voted for Mamdani, right? Fare required, ladies and gentlemen, no free buses, and it's going up. And we're going to talk about why it's going up, because it's Democrats, Democrat on Democrat crime. And here is somebody from New York City basically just putting it out there that Zohran Mamdani lied to New Yorkers, right? And I want you guys to watch this video because this one is going viral all over TikTok, of a New Yorker basically letting everybody know that, they were lied to. Take a listen.
He lied. He lied big time. He lied big time. Subway fare increases to $3. I thought shit was going to be free. I thought the buses was going to be free. I thought the trains was going to be free. He lied. The trains have officially started today, and they done spiked the fare and bus to $3. You son of a bitch. You tricked us and played us all. We all knew it. A lot of us knew it. But the people, he's giving away free this. Everything's gonna be free. Everything's gonna be good. He's dancing with you. He's partying with you. He's acting like you. And he fooled you and tricked you. You thought he cared about you. He never did. He used you to capitalize off of the biggest city in the world, the Big Apple. And he's about to rob it and bank off of it like a motherfucker and put his people on the map while the American people suffer. And as for NYPD, a lot of rookies, soon all of them is going. It's about to be real fucking bad. And you're already seeing the glimpses of it.
So this New Yorker says, now, I don't want to, there's so many articles I could read, but I wanted to go straight to the sources, straight to the people there. You saw the videos of the fare requirements and, of course, buses. There was an actual video of one of the buses just not working, just stopped working. I think the guy had an emergency or something. People said that he quit. He basically left the bus there. But again, stuff like that has been happening for a very long time in New York. I don't know about people just flat out leaving, right? Having MTA problems, where the MTA, the governor, which is Kathy Hochul, and the mayor are having friction behind what the mayor promised versus what's actually real, versus what actually becomes a reality. And the MTA raising the prices is actually insane, right? Because I think it was $2.25. I remember when it was like $2. I remember when it was like $1, under $1. And then it went up. Well, not under $1. It was definitely like two something. And then it went to $2.25. Then it went up to $2.75. And now it's at $3. And boy, are New Yorkers not happy about this because they voted for him because of the free stuff that he was promising. But you know, one thing that is happening in New York that a lot of people said, hey, so you want to know one thing that is happening in New York is the playing of the Quran. A lot of Christians, or a lot of people who believe that Christ is king, realize that they put up another religion before theirs. Now, again, I criticize every religion because, again, I believe that Christianity is the one and only true, law, right? I believe the Bible is everything. And so many people who did believe that voted for this guy in hopes that they can put that to the side. They say, you know what? He can be from a different religion. He swore, right? You're supposed to swear yourself in with the hand on the Bible. He put his hand on the Quran. And a lot of people just bypassed it. And now they're watching their reactions. It's so funny. Watch this.
This is Mamdani. He's in New York now. Oh my God. They got us.
He said, oh my God, they got us, while playing the Quran. Again, many Muslims, but they don't have a problem with this. Of course, they're not going to have a problem with this. I grew up with a lot of Muslim. I do have some Muslim friends, but let's be very honest about what we're watching here. We watching the takeover, baby. And look, where the Christians at? Why are Christians proud as Muslims? Like, what's going on? Why is New York like, whatever? Let's continue on. So here is the next battle, right? We saw this because this is where things get pretty crazy, right? So Mamdani was on the trains. He was shaking hands with everybody. He is the progressive dream, right? But progressive and Democrat, they've become they've diverted from each other. They're not really the same thing, right? A liberal would be a Kathy Hochul. A liberal would be Joe Biden. A progressive would be Hassan Piker. A progressive would be a Zoran Mamdani AOC. Those are progressives. And guess what? They are very much telling you that America is run by white supremacy. We got to go communist, right? We got to turn New York communist. We got to turn New York into, just socialist, not communist. But the reason why I said communist is because when the takeover of Venezuela happened, right, or not even the takeover, when they took the president, when Trump took the president and Delta went in there, Delta Force went in there, and they did what they had to do, a lot of people went outside to Times Square to basically fight back for Maduro, and a lot of them are the supporters of Zoran Mamdani. They were waving communist flags. So they tell you it's socialism, but it's really communism. What's the difference? Well, we know that communism, they like to seize property, right? The means of production belongs to the government. There is no such thing as private property. Anyways, let's move on here. So mom of Zoran Mamdani aide, right? So Zoran Mamdani, one of his aides, who said owning a home fuels white supremacy, has a $1.6 million house in Tennessee. So the people that work for him, the people that say that white supremacy is pretty much fueled by ownership and property because that's white supremacy, well, hey, your mom has $1.6 million home. I live in a very nice house. It's nowhere near that price. So a $1.6 million home, that's got to be banging, right? So let's actually read more of this because this is the hypocrisy behind this administration of Zoran Mamdani. And I think this is where a lot of people draw the line, right? They're already drawing the line because they realize that some of these free things ain't going to be free. They can't. It's impossible. You got to go against the MTA. You got to go against the governor. And they're just like, yo, we're getting played. And in exchange for that, you got people putting their hand on the Quran before the Bible? Really? That's the trade-off? I don't know, man. I'll be honest, child. I don't know about that one. Anyway, so mom of Zoran Mamdani aide, who said owning a home fuels white supremacy, has a $1.6 million home in Tennessee, right? The mother of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's new woke renters' right honcho, who's dubbed home ownership as a weapon of white supremacy. This is coming from the New York Post, by the way. She's a professor at a prestigious college and owns a beautiful Nashville home worth $1.6 million, right? Celia Applegate, whose daughter is Sia Weaver, is the director of Mamdani's office to protect tenants, teaches German studies at Vanderbilt University, and owns a pricey classic craftsman home just south of the main strip in Nashville, Tennessee. Applegate bought the property with her partner, David Blackburn, in July of 2012 for $814,000. Hey, so they've doubled this home. They bought it at $814,000. So they doubled it. They've done what Americans always do, which is the American dream. Capitalism rocks, doesn't it? Anyways, so again, this is the home that's doubled in price. They can sell it tomorrow and make pretty much double of what they paid for it. The handsome property boasts 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and it's a 3,400 square feet. The revelation comes after Weaver's past slew of inflammatory social media posts came to light, including comments raging against what Mamdani's Democratic Socialists of America ally dubbed as a racist homeownership system in the country. So she's saying that white supremacy, right, private property, all these things are wrong, but hey, your mother is a part of this system that you're trying to break. So tell them to sell their home. Give it to some people. Give it to some immigrants. Give it to some people that you want to save, because that's what it seems like. That's the vibes you give him, right? She says private property, including any kind of specifically home ownership, is a weapon of white supremacy. Weaver, she's 37, spouted that in 2019. So the longtime tenants' rights advocate also railed against landlords. She reportedly railed against landlords, saying in 2024 that the city should seize private property. And that to me is why a lot of people, including myself, was very worried about somebody like Zohran Mamdani. Because when you get down to their actual belief system, the reason why they love Maduro so much, or at least his supporters do, is because of things like this. They love that specific system. She says, if buildings are allowed to fall into despair and officials deem it necessary, she says there is no such thing as a good gentrifier. Only people who are actively working on projects to dismantle white supremacy and capitalism, and people who aren't. So anyways, so is she, right? Because now she's under the light, right? I don't even know if she's going to step down on them, but we do know now that somebody who works for Zohran Mamdani believes that this is fuels for white supremacy. They want to seize private property. So let's start with your mother. Let's start with your family. Seize their property. Try to get your mother to sell her property and give all her money away. That's the right thing to do. Go live in some type of shelter provided by the government of Tennessee. Or maybe even move to New York now and go live in one of those shelters. Good luck living off government assistance. That's what you're asking. That's what you're saying. That's what you should lead by example. Right? Lead by examples. So again, crazy, ladies and gentlemen, how deep this goes, where you have actual New Yorkers and you got people like this woman, right? She's an anti-homeowner. She's anti-homeowner. That's what these people are. They're anti-homeowners. Everything's going to become free, but you realize that that's not the way America works. That's not even the way America was designed. That's why all these people are very much anti-American. Why do you see, right, a lot of people cheering for Maduro being taken out? They want capitalism. They want the free markets, right? We don't even want crony capitalism. We could talk about, we could have a crony capitalism. I think that's very fair debate to have. But to say that you flat out want to seize, private property, I think that's very worrisome. Now, are there some people that own private properties and have tenants and they mistreat their tenants? Sure, we can definitely take a look at all of this stuff. I would love to take a look at all of that stuff. These are some of the points that I actually agree that Mamdani does make sense on that. The problem is the solution to those issues are seizing private property. And where does that stop? And, where does that even really go, right? You can criticize these owners, but the moment the moment that you start to literally, the moment that you start promising people things that ain't gonna come true, the moment that you start talking seizing property, again, the government cannot seize your property. That is the whole point, right? That is the whole point of owning a Bitcoin and getting the private keys to your Bitcoin. The government cannot touch that money. You have the rights. And that's when you become too centralized. And that's what America has become. It's become too centralized. It's becoming too centralized. That's why decentralization is such a key thing in my life right now. Because I noticed that, hey, if I decide to go this way or if I decide to go that way, I can get debanked. Remember, before Trump became president, they were getting debanked. Eric Trump was getting debanked. The foundations of these problems, they are way deeper than what you realize. So this right here should be a wake-up call to what can happen to the rest of the country when people like this begin to move and overpopulate these areas. They begin to overpopulate these certain areas. And people try to overlook many things when it comes to Mamdani, but you're going to slowly realize all that shit that he's talking about getting done, not going to be able to get it done because they're impossible. His own party won't even allow him to do it. So good luck, New York. Good luck, because this is only the beginning.
All right, y'all, I'm going to be honest with you. This episode is you got to send this one out. I have been putting this together for the last 45 minutes, and it will not disappoint. I can almost guarantee it. And you regulars know, when this jacket goes on for a video, it's about to be on. And if you're enjoying the content and you want to be part of saving this country together with us every single night and multiple times of the day, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. You alone have the ability to tell the notification bell to get off its mom's couch, dust a Cheeto dust off his chest, and get to work, because let's just face it, he's lazy. All right, guys, we're going to get right into this, and I'm going to be real candid with you. This one, it's got everything you need. Everything. Because the lefties are starting to figure it out. It only took them 12 months to figure it out, but dang it, they are figuring it out. I mean, of course, they could have just watched this channel, and we've been screaming it for 12 months, but finally, they have come to the realization that this is the foot. This is the play. This is the game that is afoot. And I'm going to walk you through the entire thing right now. Everything is always linked in the description box below, per usual. Guys, your chats, comments, and emojis make the world go round. I'm going to put it over here in the chat. Finally saw the notifications. Here we go. All right, guys, I'm loving the comments already. The game face and the game jacket is on Alan. That is absolutely right. All right, chats, comments, emojis. You know how this works. Emojis make the world go round. Once it's posted, we're off. All right, so it's posted, it's pinned. Y'all, the emojis, the chats, the comments, those who are early get to experience the greatness first. All right, listen. Normal procedure on this channel is I open up with stupid. But I'm going to open up a little bit different today. I'm going to open up with something incredibly important. And if you've been looking for the why, the underlying reason of what the ever-living hell is going on, and why is the left acting like petulant children with no self-control whatsoever, I'm going to show you that first. And then get to the stupid. Okay, so here we go. As you can see, we are ready to rock. We are cruising solid. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being in here, of course. Send this out as you get in. This, my friends, is exactly what they're losing their minds over. I've been telling you this for about a year now. We're going to go through it again for you, the new people. The 2030 Census Apportionment Forecast Update. This is where all the Electoral College goes, where all the House votes go. This is what determines which individual states have representation in the presidential election and also the House. You want to know why the left is losing their collective minds? It's because they're losing the collective country. I'll always tell you the truth, and I'll always tell you we're going to save the country, because we are. Both of those things are true, and here's how. Okay? This is a foregone conclusion. This will not be changed before 2030. This is baked in. Okay? States that are gaining the seats: Texas, Florida, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina. Those are all red states. Texas is getting 4. Florida is getting 4. Idaho, Utah, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, 1 each. States that are losing, you might find a pattern: California, -4. New York, -2. Illinois, -2. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Oregon, Wisconsin, Rhode Island, -1 each. Are you seeing the pattern? If the exact same election had just happened in 2024 with these apportionments, Donald Trump would have won 11 more Electoral College votes. Y'all, this changes everything. And I'm not just telling you this. The left is starting to come out and realize that they actually have to say it. Again, same thing. This is what the total would have been if the 2030 election apportionment was right now in 2024. Trump would have won 323 to 215. Even worse of a trouncing. That's what's coming up in 4 years. Yeah, you want to know why they're losing their mind? It's because of that right there. Hey, look, one of my favorite people to make fun of on the internet, David Hogg, well-known Democrat activist, gun controller extraordinaire, and also failed vice chair of the Democrat Party because he was kicked out by his own people. Just wanted to point that out. Look, listen to what he says. Guys, it's not just me. Like I said, I got the jacket on. If we don't start building infrastructure in the South, good luck, and start winning in states like Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, we can kiss goodbye any chance of winning the White House in the 2030s. In the 2030s. That's a 10-year span. And I was talking to my dad this evening, and it's actually 3 elections. Y'all, you are on the edge of pushing liberalism and far-left wokeism into the proverbial abyss. And we're not even to the stupid yet. We're just having fun at the beginning. Not only can we not give up on the South, it's not an option. They know. This whole game, everything you're seeing, they freaking know. All right, now we're going to do the proverbial, that's not the right one, I used that already. We're going to do the mandatory brake system to basically warm up the pump before we get into the real fun parts. Because what we're about to go into, guys, is one of the reasons I put my jacket on today. There's many, many reasons, and this episode might take a while, but we're going to get through it. We're going to trudge through. Stupid exploded. It's everywhere. We're going to put on our mud boots and we're just going to hike on through because, oh my God, the stupid that we're about to encounter together. But you know what? It's what we got to do. We're saving the country. Sometimes you just get messy doing it. All right, this is one of the dumbest things that I've seen in a while, and I've got a few of these because, wow. You remember that video of that protester that picked up a flashbang and then exploded in their hand because they were protesting ICE? Remember that? Yeah, that was today. Don't worry. There's already a GoFundMe for Fingers of Freedom. Help me get prosthetic fingers after ICE protest injury. I want $50,000 for picking up a flashbang grenade. And if you thought that wasn't silly enough, let's get down to the short story. I was bravely trying to protect an undocumented immigrant from deportation when a flashbang grenade exploded in my hand. Now I need prosthetic fingers. Y'all, I can't make this stuff up. And they're already at 12%. God, liberals and their lefties, man. I swear to God, that old phrase, a fool and his money shall soon be parted. Yeah. By the way, we're in the stupid portion. We're not even in the meat yet. Speaking of wanting your money, hey, look, it's the Commie Mamdani from New York. He wants more money. Hey, you know what's really great, comrades? Reaching for that wallet and really funding our communistic ideals. I know that as a communist and a socialist, I've offered you all these different ways of which we're going to get to the man, soak the rich, cut rent, and basically tell everyone with money or assets that they're evil and all the people who don't are going to get all the goodies. But before I do that, can I ask for $4 million from you guys? And then can I also maybe ask for some more money for somebody else, one of my friends? You don't believe me? Okay, here we go.
Friends, I am once again asking for your donations. Not for me, for Claire Valdez. Claire is an assembly member, a Democratic Socialist, and a union organizer running for Congress in New York 7.
That's Greenpoint, Williamsburg, Bushwick, Ridgewood, Maspeth, Cypress Hills, East New York, a little bit of Fort Greene, a little bit of Bed-Stuy, Ridgewood,
Whoa,
downtown
you
Brooklyn.
just said Ridgewood twice.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, so I have a cue for you. What are you running on?
Unions for all, housing for all, Medicare for all.
I thought DC was only doing for some right now.
Nah, we're gonna do it all. We can't do it without you.
That's right. So I'm asking you to donate whatever you can to Claire. Where can they do that again?
ClaireValdezForCongress.com.
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 Guys, y'all, they're getting freaking played. They're getting played so hard. The proletariat, being taken advantage of the socialist bourgeoisie. Y'all, This is literally every 5 seconds this guy is asking the people for money. While he's going to redistribute everyone else's money, which, by the way, he can't do, and he has no ability to pass any type of laws that make money go anywhere else, like for the free buses or the increasing of taxes. Can't do it at all, but he's going to do it. But before he does that, make sure you give all your socialist comrade money to me and my friends. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. You just simply can't. And we're only halfway through the stupid portion. Let's keep going. All right, so on this episode, or this portion of the episode of Stupid, we have a very well-groomed gentleman. He's wearing flannel, so he must be just like you and I. He's running for Ohio Attorney General, and he's decided that he's going to make a statement. Again, running for Ohio Attorney General. This is what he just put out today. Guys, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. Chats, comments, emojis make the world go round. I cannot wait to hear what you think about this. Let's get it.
Hi. This is Elliot Forehand, candidate for Ohio Attorney General. I want to tell you what I mean when I say that I am going to kill Donald Trump. I mean I'm going to obtain a conviction rendered by a jury of his peers at a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, based on evidence presented at a trial conducted in accordance with the requirements of due process, resulting in a sentence duly executed of capital punishment. That is what I mean when I say that I'm going to kill Donald Trump.
So it's going well then in Ohio. This guy literally is running for the Democrat candidate for the Attorney General of Ohio, and his big attention-grabbing play is to do that video right there. Y'all, they're losing their minds. They have no way to cope with complete and total loss. In fact, they're losing the nation, and the Electoral College and the apportionment of votes and House representation is about to kick them right in the gonads. So they're resorting to this. Y'all, this is real. This is not a joke. That is actually real. Bet your fundraising went up. Anyway, let's keep on going. Secret Service. Exactly right. Exactly right. And we've got one more stupid before we get to the good stuff. Guys, I am actually cringing reading what Chris Murphy just posted. Well, I'm going to read it to you. We're in this together. But honest to God, I'm about to vomit reading this. And I'm going to do probably a full-on video on this because it's from The Atlantic, so I know it's probably full of other pukey things. But here's Chris Murphy's quote from it. I can't wait for this video, I do. Quote, Minnesotans have found and loved one another in a world atomized by social media, where empty men have tried to fill their lonely souls with lies about their own inherent superiority. Whoa, that is some far left, woke, anti-masculinity, toxic masculinity, far Democrat bullcrap right there. Minnesotans have found and loved one another in a world atomized by social media, where empty men, I presume you and I, and of course the ladies in the audience, hello ladies, have tried to fill their lonely souls, is your soul lonely? With lies about our own inherent superiority. Don't you feel superior just inherently? I don't know how I'm going to make it through this whole episode. We're only on the stupid. We're not even to the realizations yet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, guys, we're going to get through this together. This is the appropriate time for a break. I'm glad I timed these out with breaks because it's not easy to deal with this much stupid on live internet. All right. Whew. All right, I thought I saw a super chat come through. Hold on, I want to make sure I don't skip any. Here we go. $1.99 from Mike U, Tampon Tim Waltz, and Air Fry have to go. Talk about the mayor and the governor. I don't think they're not gonna. All right, here we go. Oh, I forgot to say something while we're in the break. Remember, if you are new, if you are a veteran, if you are a regular attendee, or you've happened to wander into the show tonight, every one of you are deputized to handle the chat should a lefty or a series of lefties wander in. I will do the camera work, I'll do the presentation. You guys jump into that chat and defend our honor, because it has been happening a lot recently. It must be a sign of the growth. All right, let's keep on going, guys. Of course, the chats, the comments, the emojis give me life. Here we go. All right, so in the earlier parts, or excuse me, in the earlier, that's not right. In the title and in the thumbnail, I said they're figuring it out, right? That was the whole play. They're starting to figure it out. And what did I say to you last night in the live stream, if you were here? And I mean, if you remember, hit me in the chat over here, tell me. So I told you that it won't be long until two things happened. The first thing that was going to happen about the Trump Walz phone call was the left was going to run out and claim victory. They defeated ICE. Minnesota defeated ICE, or as Chris Murphy says, found love in atomized social media environments with inherently evil people, or some crap like that, right? I paraphrased. But I told you that they were going to claim victory. And then I told you the second part. And that was the video about 3 hours ago, which is popping off. So check that one out. But then I told you the second part. The second part was the lefties were going to realize that they just got played and they were going to turn on the left leaders. It's happening. It's happening in real time. In fact, if you see right here, this is what the White House demanded. And I told you last night in the live stream, this is getting rid of sanctuary cities. This is not a win for the Democrats. This is not a win for Tim Walz. This is a kick right in the balls. All right, Walz balls. Turn over all incarcerated or active warrant criminal illegal aliens for immediate deportation. Transfer all criminal illegal aliens arrested by state and local police. Assist federal authorities in detaining criminal illegal aliens wanted for crimes. Democrats must work with the federal government in the rapid removal of all criminal illegal aliens. Guys, that's pretty much every tenet of the sanctuary cities that they just undermined and agreed to. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, I put the jacket on for a reason, and here we go. They're figuring it out. All right. If you are not familiar, I mean, honest to God, it only took them 24 hours. I mean, like, granted, it took us about 24 minutes, but you know what? They got there. This guy is a far lefty. Far left, crass, gross, way progressive. Here's what he says about this whole thing. Major breaking. The Trump regime is increasing illegal DHS raids against protesters in Minnesota. Bovino firing was a PR stunt to head fake de-escalation. I literally said that with you guys. We had the conversation that was exactly what was happening yesterday. But don't worry, they figured it out. Major breaking news. They got owned. And here's the tweet that he's posting on. Confirmation that Bovino's withdrawal is a PR stunt made to lure protesters into thinking they got a win. Does any of this sound familiar? I'm not that smart. They're just that predictable. DHS is ramping up operations in Minneapolis at the same time he's returning to California. So the one guy that they said that they were going to get a big victory because he was leaving Minneapolis, and they said, woo, yay, stand down, we win, everyone win, woo, Walz win, Minnesota nice, we win. They all go over here. Trump sends in Tom Homan over here and he goes, yeah, we're still going to do it and you're going to do it for us. And the protesters are like, wait, what? How could this be? I mean, if they just watched this channel, they would have known. I'm just saying. All right, let's keep on going, guys. This is where it gets really, really fun, which is leading to this. Because they're starting to figure it out. They are now invading Walz's office. In fact, look, they came up with a new slogan. You guys might remember this one. Check this out. You get the idea. Justice delayed, justice denied. That's weird. Why are they doing it at Tim Walz's office? Because they're figuring it out. Again, I would like to bring to your attention the demands from the White House. Like, this is literally destruction of your sanctuary cities, and all you have to do is agree. We talked about this. Literally, by definition, each of those things are the main portions of sanctuary cities. And Tim Walz just agreed to do all of them. So again, all the black pill on the right, everyone freaking out saying that Trump and the White House got smoked. You guys, please tell me where in here this is them getting smoked. And it's not Tim Walz basically undermining sanctuary cities. I'll wait. I will wait. I'm pretty confident in this one. But anyway, let's keep on going, guys. We've got stuff to talk about. I've already hit that. And I already hit that. Okay. This one is a fun one. Guys, I told you I put the jacket on for a reason. This is a fun one. So the Democrats, I swear, this is more propaganda and more stupid than I saw during the Kamala Harris blitzkrieg. And I call it a blitzkrieg on purpose because it was literally a lightning war and it happened with $2 billion. They're still digging out of the hole and it was nothing but propaganda. I mean, like, straight up insane. So anyway, back to the point. Democrat Wins Media, this is a propaganda account, breaking in a stunning moment, again, pick up the language, in a stunning moment, Republican Senator Tom Tillis just called for Kristi Noem to resign. The dam is breaking. Wow. Okay, where do we even begin on this one? In a stunning moment, Tom Tillis. Okay, if you guys don't know who Tom Tillis is, I'm going to run this down for you real quick. In fact, we might go big screen. Come here. Tom Tillis is a Rhino senator who has resigned and will not be running for re-election in 2026. He threw out the door. He said, nope, I'm good. He's also one of the only rhinos that would sign on and work with anything with the Biden administration, including a nice little piece of legislation called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was the only gun control act they were able to pass in the Biden administration, thanks to him and his other Republican turncoat rhinos. So yeah, they found one. A miracle. Okay, let's keep on going. So Tom Tillis just called for Kristi Noem to resign. The dam is breaking. Yeah, the guy on the way out is the dam breaking. My God, could you force feed us a little bit more propaganda through the funnel? Like, please. Anyway, let's keep on going. We've got so much to do, so little time. A little Willy Wonka reference for you guys. Gene Wilder, I think? Yeah. By the way, this is the way my brain works. It's whatever, it happens. All right, so here we go. Eric Dodery. Just in, anti-ICE rioters have stormed a hotel in New York City, demanding the Hilton Garden Inn cut all ties with federal immigration enforcement. You know what's interesting about this, guys? I know, it's weird. But when they try to do this in New York City, you know, with the Kami Mamdani and all the socialists there and the mayor, they got arrested. I got videos of that in a second. That's so weird that the communist utopia of New York City would arrest the protesters going against ICE. Man, that is... the world must be crumbling. Let's just see. Let's check in. Let's check into New York real quick. I think I owe it to you guys to show you what they're saying. I'm sure there's some real good pearls of wisdom from in here. Let's see what they say.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE. 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 No KKK.
All right, as catchy as that is, you guys get the idea. You get the gist. Hey, I got a knock joke for you guys, and if happen any lefties wondering, what has 3 letters and was a Democrat intimidation tactic machine owned and operated by the Democrats in the Civil War Jim Crow South? Yeah, it was 3 letters. It's called KKK. Yeah, who wants to tell these morons? Because ICE apparently is now the new KKK, and KKK is bad, even though KKK was run by Democrats, and even though the ICE, anti-ICE people that you're seeing are supporting the Democrat cause. But that, guys, don't let facts and anything of history have anything to do with any of this. This is about rhyming and having a basic baseline beat drum, and then making something rhyme. I mean, honest to God, if you're not familiar, the KKK was honest. Seriously, it was an intimidation tactic to keep African Americans away from their rights in the South. Okay, it was 100% through and through run by Democrats. It's also one of the main origins of all the gun control in the United States. I could do this all day. It's factual. You can look it up. But these morons wouldn't know that because that would require the ability to read. Good God. Anyway, let's keep on going, guys. John Flick says, I saw no KKK down there. You don't know. Braden dancing. That's right. Hey, it was a catchy tune. I am inspired to dance. All right. John McClendon with a $5 super chat. I appreciate it. And guys, we are cruising at 4,300 people in the live stream. Thank you so much for hanging in here. Of course, the likes, the subscribes, the channel notifications, all the distribution that you do. Because again, the notification bell is one lazy bastard. He sits in his mom's couch. He doesn't leave home. He's like a failure to launch with Cheeto dust all over him. He just doesn't do his job. So the more that you guys can do and like help him get out the door, that'd be great. He's like the 40-year-old virgin, but worse. All right, let's keep on going. Let's check in on these guys. Hey, look, they're getting arrested. I gotta show you this. Like, I'm gonna kill the audio. I don't want to hear that crap again. But as you can see right here, the NYPD is not taking too kindly to this in New York City, which I thought was a very woke, agenda-driven place. I thought it was very progressive, and it was all about the protesters, and it was all about the people's voice, and down with the rich, soak the rich, and oh my God, are those KKK handcuffs? Is that what I see there being deployed by the NYPD against innocent individuals just expressing their First Amendment rights. Oh, God, the inhumanity. I'll tell you what, man, this place is going to hell in a handbasket. What is it? And when you can't get a basic beat line drum in there in a place of business and disrupt the entire business saying ICE is the KKK, and as long as you're rhyming, you should be good. But they're arresting him in New York City at the same time they're arresting him in Minneapolis after Mayor Walz bent over a barrel. I'm just here to connect the dots, guys. We're just having a good time. I told you I put the jacket on for a reason. All right, enough of those shenanigans. Let's keep on going. We've got a break. Well-deserved break, I'll have you know. All right, listen. If you guys are just now in here, we're about to get to the back end of the meat here. This is the next part. This is your green beans of your entree here of freedom that we do every single night right around 9 p.m. Eastern time. So as you guys are getting in here, if you enjoy the content, if you want to save the country with us, please, by all means, join us. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. You can follow me on X at BradenLOA, and comments, chats, and emojis make the world go round. Please see earlier description of notification bell. Lazy ass notification bell. Anyway, let's keep on getting into this. That is all the break I need. We've got momentum. There's no reason to intercept it. And oh my God, who could have seen this coming? Y'all, man, oh man. You hate to see it. I'm going to actually show you what I'm talking about, so I'm not just like imagining things. All right. I mean, Chuck Schumer? Man. Oh, the shutdown odds spike after Minnesota killing. You mean they would take advantage of a political incident? That's weird. Oh man, who could have seen that coming? Yeah, this is gonna be another video at some point, by the way. It's literally, content is stacking up like hotcakes. I mean, I got people on the right over here saying the world is ending. I got people left over here being stupid. I mean, like, it's all over. It's seriously, like I told you, it's like the can of worms is open. Everything is crazy. We're putting our boots on. We're just gonna get it done. Chuck Schumer has spoken. I swear to God, the more this guy gets on a camera, the more he looks decrepit. This is like Biden with a New York accent. In the wake of ICE's abuses and the administration's recklessness, Senate Democrats will not pass the DHS budget until it is rewritten. I will vote no on any legislation that funds ICE until it's reined in and overhauled. Well, I know what we're going to be talking about for the next couple of days. Maybe this one will last 41 days, set a new record. All right, Chucky, talk to us. The people are waiting.
Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller are fucking liars. Any administration that allows them to continue in office is rotten to its core. The vote on appropriations is coming up Thursday night, and Democrats will not let the Republicans move forward if ICE and DHS funding are in the bill. Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller are fucking liars.
I just wanted to leave it in there a little bit more, because you know what really relates to people? And this is what I wanted to show you about that clip, other than just the normal posturing. What you have to understand about what just happened in this clip, and I'm going to play it again, but I'm going to walk you through a little bit of camera presence stuff. Some staffer told him to sit there in a leather chair and a nice desk and stare really intently into the camera. This is literally trained. This is all pre-canned, okay? I want you to say that you're going to do a shutdown, and I want you to look really, really tough. Make sure you say at least one F-bomb so we can still get it on X and YouTube, and also make you appeal to your user base and your voter base. Make you feel tough and young and vibrant and full of energy, because your physical appearance ain't doing it. And then you're going to go ahead and say you're going to shut the government down. And then your body language is, oh my goodness, use all the emotion you can possibly muster before you keel over. All right, watch it. This is real time. I'm going to show you again what everything I just said. Watch. It is actively what they're doing. This is all propaganda. It is all pre-planned, and they're going to shut down the government again. Let's go.
Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller are fucking liars. Any administration that allows them to continue in office is rotten to its core. The vote on appropriations is coming up Thursday night, and Democrats will not let the Republicans move forward if ICE and DHS funding are in the bill.
You know the best part about this whole thing, other than the raising of inflection and voice and all these different pieces which they're trying to engage their viewers because he's dead. The best part about this is ICE and DHS is already funded through the One Big Beautiful Bill through 2029, and they already know that. You know that. I know that. We all know that. We had a lefties wander into the chat last night, and they were telling us that we're never going to get any kind of ICE funding for DHS. And I'm like, you guys realize that was passed literally earlier this year, and it's good through 2029. I mean, like, this is not even a question. Even Democrats know it. This is all about pandering for political power. Again, this is why I showed you this at the very beginning, because they know how absolutely screwed they are. I'm just not going to blackpill you. I'm going to be honest with you, and we're going to vote like we're losing. We're going to grind like we're losing, and we're never going to quit. We're going to save our country together, and that's what we're going to do. Period. Full stop, as the Dems like to say. It makes it more authoritative. That's what they tell me. All right, so now, the reason that we've come together, I've got to straighten my jacket for this part. I'm going to skip right past that break, because I'll be honest with you, I don't need another one. All right. As we go into this, I want to show you some real life stuff right on the ground that is full on dispelling of propaganda. Like, I mean, it is wild what they are trying to get you to believe right now. And I'm going to show you some real stuff that actually exists, that's actually counteracting that whole narrative they're putting out. And guys, if you're enjoying this and you find it helpful, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn the notification bell on. All right. This is MS Now finding something very perturbing to their vision and their image of the country. Because remember, in their bubble, everyone hates Donald Trump, and everyone hates immigration, and everyone hates ICE, even though a majority of the country wants this problem solved, but everyone hates them. Almost like it's propaganda. Okay, watch this. Look what they found in the wild.
You make of what's happening in Minnesota?
Just let them be there and do their job, period. Leave ICE alone. Getting in front of people's faces and doing this to ICE is total horse hockey, in my opinion. Donald Trump is doing what the people elected him to do. Get rid of the illegal immigration. That's it.
You make of what's
horse hockey, he says, and I do like that. But here's something else that this is why they show these things. This is why it's important for you to understand. This is important because that's in Iowa. Why is that important? Well, Iowa is one of the Democratic caucus states. And if the concept of, or the perception of what's going on in the nation right now is that the anti-ICE agitators who are paid and who are all full-on socialist and full-on tied into the underlings and underpinnings of all of the socialist communist movement in the United States, if they get perceived as Democrats, Democrats lose things like Iowa and all the caucuses in South Carolina and all these different states. That's why this is important. It's not just they found a random dude in a Target parking lot in Iowa. No, it's because it's Iowa. That's where the first caucuses are. None of this stuff happens by accident. And that's why I try to show you every night on this channel, every day, as long as we can, as long as I can continue to show you truth and cut through the propaganda like a knife in the foggiest London eve. All right. Oh my God. Hold on. I got to zoom in. I can't believe this. I simply can't. By the way, 5,180 people in here right now. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you send this out because the more you do, the more power we have. All right. Election Wizard. Approval of the Trump administration deportation of illegal immigrants. Favor, plus 10, 52, 42. 1,000 registered voters. You know what date that is? 126. You know why that's important? Because that was yesterday. Everything you've seen, everything, all of it, from the Renee Good thing, to the invasion of churches, to the shooting a couple days ago, all of it. Plus 10 in favor of illegal immigration. You think it's any accident that Donald Trump is doing what he's doing and the White House is doing what they're doing, and you think there's any accident that Tim Walz bent over a barrel and said, yes, please? I mean, honestly, honest to goodness. Guys, this is the underlying stuff. You have to understand. I always do these live streams to bring you to the culmination of all of these breadcrumbs to show you these points. That's why I spend 40 minutes putting it together, because it's like, what? Genuinely. That's what you're looking at right now. 52 to 42, according to 1,000 registered voters in one of the newest polls yesterday. That is why they're doing, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Nope. Well, that's just dumb. This part, no, dang it. What? Where'd he go? Hold on. I got to find this. This is important. I'm going to find it. I think it's over here. Is it right here? Yeah. That's why they're doing this. It was a head fake. They just did it to feign defeat, but really they're kicking our asses. Yeah, exactly. That's why Donald Trump is doing the things that he's doing. That's why they're all doing the things they're doing, because this number, nope. This number right here. Yo, look at it. Look at it. Plus 10. With all the propaganda you're seeing, plus 10 national. Okay, let's keep on going. Maybe I haven't convinced you enough. Something else that we cover on this channel a lot, and if you're new here, this is the congressional ballot, and if you are a veteran, you know what's up. You know what we're about to do. We're about to give you some real-life experience in this. So, And when it comes to the generic congressional ballot, the lefties and the Democrats and the righties and the conservatives and the MAGAs, they all look at the congressional ballot. Every one of them. And the reason why is because it takes the individual out of it and it just takes the Democrat versus Republican brand. That's why they do it. It's generic and broad enough so they can say, oh, look, our brand overall, right? That's what they do. When you look back at Donald Trump in 2018, when his first midterm rolled around, the Democrats were like anywhere from +9, +10 to +17 to +20. That is irrefutable fact, and they know it. Now, they are up 4. Y'all, the generic ballot has a built-in bias for Democrats of about 3. This thing is neck and neck going into 2026, and they know it. The reason that they know it is all in the math and numbers. That's why Davey Hogg, boy wonder, gun control extraordinaire, Democrat vice president failure box, that's why he's saying this. That's why they're freaking out. It's not because they just woke up and had a wild hair. It's because they actively know what's happening. Just for some reason, he decided to say it, and it's been all over the place. But again, I'm just going to keep on showing you whatever truth I can, and hopefully it sinks in and you send it out because, whoa. Which party has a better approach on crime? Republicans 15. Immigration, Republicans 7. That's weird. Republicans on immigration? That's strange because I would have thought that it wouldn't be that with him being Satan. Economy R7, inflation R1. What do the Democrats have? Democrat values and health care. Things that are nowhere even registering on the top 3 most important things for the nation. I mean, like, guys, it's so bad. It's so bad. But anyway, let's continue. Let's throw a little bit more fuel on the fire. New poll just dropped, finding Americans support President Trump's mass deportations by +10 points, 52-42, after the most recent Minneapolis shootings. Fake news failed. Americans embraced mass deportations. That's what I voted for, or what we voted for. Now, of course, that's his post. That's not mine. But still, the point remains. He's referencing the same thing I referenced. Fox News is referencing the exact same thing that I just referenced. Guys, what you're actively seeing is a refusal of the propaganda. It does not work. It doesn't work anymore. The mainstream media has like a 3% approval rating in the nation. It's lower than Congress. And that says something. Because those critters are crazy. And, of course, the last thing I'm going to show you, the same thing from another service, showing the exact same data points. Y'all, I would like to say one more thing. And I keep on going back to this. Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? No, got it. Missed by 1. I'm going to keep on going back to this as I wrap this up. I want you to really focus on this as we're wrapping this individual point up. Because remember how everyone says that if you vote for Donald Trump, you're an idiot, and you got fooled, and you're a moron? And that Donald Trump is the stupidest person to ever hold the title of president. He's the stupidest person and most incompetent individual that's ever existed in life. And then at the exact same time, he's able to pull head fakes and able to trick protesters and able to trick Democrats, beat them twice, get the popular vote, get the electoral college victory, pull off every single swing state. You guys ever see any kind of inconsistency in that? Is it just me? Because I find it very fascinating that you can both simultaneously be the most idiotic person alive, but also an evil genius. It really is wild. But it is kind of fun watching them realize things that they're getting worked on, isn't it? Because this went from, we're winning, we won, to, oh shit, no, we're not, no, we didn't. I mean, I'm just to be honest with you, that's what's happening. All right, guys, well, I haven't covered the Signalgate stuff yet. I covered it yesterday. What are you talking about? I have covered it. All right, I got 2 super chats, and I got to catch up to that other one. I think I saw one up here. Hold on a second. I have covered the Signalgate thing. People saying I ain't been covering the Signalgate thing. Tripping. All right, hold on a second. I got a super chat. There we go. Steve Rousseau with a $10 super chat says, the Democrats and lefties are the epitome of Brother Dave Gardner's description of a politician. A politician is just like a bullfrog. What ain't stomach's head, and that's mostly mouth. Oh, what isn't stomach's head, God, punctuation. What ain't stomach is, what, God almighty, it's hard. What's not the stomach is the head, and that's mostly mouth. That's basically what it says. But listen, guys, I hope I landed this plane. I really, really hope that I encouraged you to share this out. I hope I brought you a little bit of ray of sunshine in the intense London-level fog of propaganda, because it is so thick you could cut it with a knife. It is wild. And I will absolutely continue on this train as we basically, that would have been a great thing if I didn't mess that up. And basically, as we just, walk through the BS, it's like knee high with our knee high waiters and the worms and cans that are everywhere. But we're going to get through this. So we're going to save the country together. Guys, I depend on you. I thank you so much for the new people who are joining. We are cruising at incredible growth, and that is all because of you guys. And thank you so much for that. Make sure you follow me on my X at BradenLOA, and we are going to have a hell of a time tomorrow when we meet back up and continue to distribute freedom in mass like Johnny Appleseed across the great fruited plain. All right, listen, I love each and every one of you. Just the right amount that makes you feel comfortable. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. 5,000 people, and I will see you on the next one. I'm Braden.
Then if there is fraud, if there is fraud in Minneapolis or Minnesota, good, go get it, get all of it, arrest everyone, recover every dollar. But you know who does that? The anti-fraud parts of the FBI. ICE, CBP has nothing to do with it.
All righty, let me know what you guys think about that. I mean, there's a million different talking points, a million different stories going on today. Because as of right now, again, the big news is the no death penalty for Luigi. That's also circulating right now. That is now being confirmed by CNN and other outlets. If you guys care about that story at all, just letting you know that that is happening or it has happened. Let us continue. I don't want to. Yeah, let's play this.
Governor, you said to NBC about J.D. Vance, you said the fact that J.D. Vance, the vice president, couldn't bring himself to acknowledging that 6 million Jews were killed by Hitler and by the Nazis speaks volumes. It's not a surprise to me, however, given the way in which he has openly supported the AfD party, given the way he's openly embraced neo-Nazis.
And this is in response to J.D. Vance. Again, we're getting into, I said this a week ago, we were going to be getting into a lot of heated dialogue back and forth, whether governor, whether congressman, woman, city councilors, especially at the pinnacle of whether or not the government is going to shut down.
The neo-Nazi political parties, given the way in which he has offered comfort, really, to the anti-Semites on the right who are infecting the Republican Party. I mean, essentially, you're calling J.D. Vance a neo-Nazi or anti-Semite.
Well, I'm not essentially calling him anything. I'm saying what I said, and I stand by that. Look,
but how do those two quotes match up, the book excerpt and what you said to NBC?
Because I believe anti-Semitism is a problem on the political left, Brett, and on the political right. And I think leaders need to speak and act with moral clarity and need to call it out.
There you go. So again, just trying to show you guys, yeah, heated back and forth with the talking points. Now, again, if you guys are just joining, just to show you guys, the White House did post this about Don Lemon, and I don't think we're going to get any photos or anything like that. I think we'll get it within, like, the next 3 hours, but as of right now, I'm not expecting we see much more of this story, but they posted this, the White House. Pam Bondi has officially confirmed, and Kash Patel has officially confirmed that Mr. Kash Patel was arrested along with several others. So thank you so much for the generous $5 donation, DHL. Or DH, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. So, yeah, as of right now, again, I don't want to waste the rest of your day and time. This is the breaking news. This is what we know so far. When photos come out, when more information comes out, like right now, Tim Walz's Minnesota National Guard are backing up. Give me 1 second. Let me check this out. Give me 1 second. There are protests right now at the Whipple building, so let me see what this is before I let you guys go, or before we all leave. Eric. No, I can't play this. I don't have permission. I don't know how accurate this reporting is. I don't want to give you guys the that news if I don't know it fully. Thank you, Richard, for the generous $2 donation. I appreciate it. And okay, so that is pretty much the news we have right now, guys. Kash Patel, I'm not Kash Patel. Don Lemon arrested, many others arrested, and we are still waiting for the official DOJ documents and some other documents. We might see a press conference, who knows? But yeah, confirmed. Also confirmed, we might get a government shutdown today. We'll see. Make sure to turn on your notifications. Make sure to please like the video, subscribe, leave a comment. I want to make sure I get to you guys as soon as possible or with any breaking news if something big happens. And I really appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you for all your support. And the show is pretty sporadic, so I appreciate you guys being patient with me. And thank you guys for helping make these shows successful. Please pray for peace. We need that right now. I don't want to be known as the channel who creates division or spews hate. I'd rather be the channel with the audience like you guys who spews peace and unity. And I think we do. You guys do an awesome job with that. I tried my hardest to do that. And so I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. And pray for peace. And pray for those people still affected by the ice storm, the snowstorm. People still don't have power. And thank you guys for everything. God bless. And we will see you all later. And I will probably be live later. So turn on those notifications, guys. We will see you guys. God bless. Thank you.
I made sure I asked them, okay? I'm just gonna take like 20 of these, and she's like, yeah, we'll get like 20 of them more tomorrow. Honestly, save you.
I mean, at this point, drop down below in the comments if you guys think that Tampon Tim Walz is just a hypocrite and a fraud. Okay, it's like every time I look at this guy, he looks guilty. Is it just me, or do you guys see it as well? I mean, you could see the liberal stare right there in his eyes, and even Jake Tapper looks like, there's no saving this guy. Okay, it's just like Jake Tapper just has this like hopeless look, like, well, we're like the Titanic is sinking, and then Tim Walz just always looks guilty. What is with that? I know I'm not the only one seeing that, okay? And then you really see that Tampon Tim Walz is ultimately just a criminal, okay? I really am convinced that Tampon Tim Walz is a criminal. He's a hypocrite, he's a fraud, and just a liar and a thief all around. But let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. Also, comment down below if you guys can hear me well, if the audio is good, let me know. Shout out to the King Squad. Thank you for any and all donations and all the positive comments. They really make my day. Road to 300K. Let's get right into this video. Let's go.
You're the governor of an agriculture-heavy state, one of the top 5 in the country, I believe. What's your reaction to what you just heard from the agriculture secretary?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Well, I'm stunned. Your questions were spot on. It's very clear that she talked about the people she's listening to. That is not the agricultural community. It is certainly not producers. It's not folks like Cargill, CHS, General Mills, who are out in my district. Look, this is a really precarious time, and the flippant nature that we're just trying something new here is really dangerous. These markets took us years to develop, and we have to be dependable trading partners. They don't come back overnight. And everyone knows in the history of trade wars, agriculture gets hit the hardest. So I'm deeply concerned. It's our #1 export. Adding the tariffs, our 2 biggest export markets are Mexico and Canada. They're our great friends. This is just really, really terrifying. I would encourage, and I'll call the secretary, I'd encourage her to come to Minnesota and see everything that she said is not what's happening on the ground. So look, it's a precarious time.
So let me ask you, because another group you're in touch with, the United Auto Workers Union, you have a lot of that. They have supported you for years and years and years. They were excited to have you on the Democratic ticket. President Trump argues that these tariffs are needed to bring American manufacturing back and to help American workers left behind in places like Minnesota. He has support from the UAW. The UAW called his auto tariffs, quote, a long overdue shift away from a harmful economic framework that has devastated the working class. It signals a return to policies that prioritize the workers who build this country rather than the greed of ruthless corporations, unquote. I have to say, that sounds a lot like language you would use. What do you say to the UAW?
Yes. It is what I would use. And here's the thing that the Democrats have to figure out. Donald Trump's language around this, he's not wrong that we've had manufacturing gutted. He's not wrong that we saw an outshoring. People of my generation were told, there aren't going to be any manufacturing jobs, so you need to go to college and rack up student loan debt. The problem is Donald Trump's solution to this is not the solution. Now, UAW is right. Certain tariffs, if they're on to steel or if they're targeted correctly, do make a difference. That's not what we're dealing with here. So just last week, 650 taconite miners are laid off. Those taconite miners are mining the taconite to make the steel to build the automobiles. So I don't disagree where they're at, and I think this is the Democratic dilemma. Donald Trump talks about the things that are real in the angst of people's lives. He doesn't do a damn thing about it. In fact, he does just the opposite, and he pals around with the people that caused the problem. And we don't offer them a solution, so it looks like we're not hearing them. So I disagree with Sean Fain and UAW on this issue. I don't disagree with them on that we made decisions over the last 30 to 40 years that I don't think helped America, but this is not the solution to it. Isolating ourselves is not the solution. We need to make sure that we're focusing. And again, I would just end with this, Jake. Donald Trump has not once ever cared about workers. This is why you need to support unions across the board, support the ability to have a living wage.
So you're in Ohio right now. You've been holding these town halls in red districts across the country.
I mean, I just have to interject right there and say it is absolutely amazing the amount of BS that comes out of Tim Walz's mouth. I mean, like, at this point, just lock Tim Walz up already, okay? We know he's guilty. We know that he's just a liar and a thief. It's just like, wow. I get why they called Tim Walz No Balls Waltz, okay? And or No Balls Walls. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Drop down below in the comments your best Tim Walz names. Again, let me know if you guys can hear the audio really well, just making sure everything sounds good. And yeah, I it just gets worse. So stay tuned. Let's go.
You're saying Democrats need to do a better job of reaching Trump voters. I want to play something you said at an event in Texas last month.
We let them define the issue on immigration. We let them define the issue on DEI, and we let them define what woke is. We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, you damn right we're proud of these policies. We're going to put them in, and we're going to execute them.
I mean, the issues you identified there were immigration, DEI, and woke. You think Democrats' problem was that you just didn't do a good enough job explaining the policies, and not that voters simply didn't just reject what you were selling, particularly on immigration, I wonder?
No, on immigration, what we were asking for is a bipartisan policy that strengthens immigration control, that recognizes that we need a workforce here, that they should be allowed here legally, and that when they get here, they're part of the American fabric. And that is the bipartisan bill we had. Donald Trump snatching up college grad students and sending them back, or sending folks to El Salvador illegally, that's not the policy. But for us to them to say, we don't care that violent criminals come in, we most certainly do. What we were asking for is the resources to make sure they don't get here. And the same thing with the other policies. It's not a woke policy to provide food for children to get breakfast and lunch, and we get better outcomes from that. They defined things on their terms that weren't true. And what I'm saying is, are we going to turn away from being a country of legal immigration? Are we going to turn away from a country that thinks diversity and making sure that we don't have gaps in income between blacks and whites? Those are policies that have strengthened America. And I think what we allowed ourselves to do is we got timid. And then when we got power, we didn't pass things that improved people's lives. This whole idea, I think the Democratic Party...
If there's anything Tim Walz has gotten right, it's the fact that he said when the Democrats get power, they don't pass anything that improves the quality of people's lives. That I can agree with, okay? It's just... whenever the Democrats get in power, the quality of the American taxpayers' lives get worse. And it's like all the hard-earned money that just goes to taxes. It starts supporting random things and brand new ridiculous holidays and foreign wars and stuff like that, and just filling the pockets of politicians. And it just the quality of our lives just get worse. And it's just mind-blowing to me how the Democrats can sit here and act like they care about working-class Americans and black versus white and black and white and everything. I mean, just good Lord. Okay, it's too much ridiculousness for me. It's too much hypocrisy for me coming from him, all right? I'm struggling to watch it, honestly, okay? But let me know what you guys think. It's CNN, certainly not communist news network, so I'm struggling to watch this. But we're going to get through it together. Okay, let's go.
Gets theoretical, talk about food insecurity. People are hungry, get them food. People don't have a house. Make sure they have a living wage. That's the point that I'm saying is, Fox News will glorify, oh, he's for DEI. Not your definition of DEI. My definition is rule of law that's fair, that everybody gets an opportunity. And that's the point I think we have to make. Now, look, I'll be first to tell you, Jay.
I don't even think he believed that as he said it.
I'm out here doing what I can do. I don't know if I'm the best spokesperson to do it after just losing an election. But what I know is the public, and you saw it across the country this weekend, they're rising up and asking their leadership to do something.
So we heard your former running mate, Kamala Harris, say she's not here to say, I told you so, although obviously that's what she was saying about all the Trump chaos. We're seeing, I have to say, though, what does I told you so really mean here? I mean, people heard her message. They did not vote for her. She lost every battleground state. You yourself have criticized the Harris-Walz campaign for being too cautious. She may have told the American people, she may have warned the American people, but she didn't do it compellingly enough to win.
That is the absolute point. And look, when I criticize, I'm criticizing myself. I own this. I'm part of the ticket. And somebody has to come up with a strategy. I think this is exactly right. This is the thing. Look, Democrats, it was a good night in Wisconsin. I was over there. We saw that happen. Donald Trump's doing this. Just to be clear, nobody on the Democratic side is celebrating this. And those folks in the street are not celebrating that Donald Trump's making all these errors. I think what the vice president's saying is that was pretty self-evident that he was going to do that. I do think the challenge for Democrats, and this is, I think, a structural problem that's going to take a lot more thinking. Why, with all of that out there, did they not think we were any better than that? And they didn't. And I'm very concerned with the folks who stayed home. And these are folks that I'll say once again, Donald Trump has identified their angst. They can't buy a house. They can't afford to get a good education. They're concerned that their economic future is so precarious it could slip out from under them. Less than half of Americans have $1,000 in savings. And I think, why was it not so compelling? It should have been a slam dunk for us to say, we're the party that cares about that. We're the party that's going to protect Social Security and Medicare. We're the party that thinks the ACA is a good start, but we need to do more on health care.
Ooh, that is rough. I mean, goodness gracious. Okay, I guess you just cannot fix stupid. All right, this is hard to listen to. Drop down below in the comments if you guys think that Tim Walz is just a big fat liar. All right, you know, at this point, it's like, just go to jail already. Like, why isn't Tim Walz in prison? You know, is it just me thinking that? I hope I'm not the only one. Okay, you know, what are your thoughts about Tim Walz? Do you think Tim Walz is you know, like, he should be the president? You know, Tim Walz has great ideas and he wants to see a greater America, or do you think Tim Walz is just a big fat liar? Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments.
And we didn't do that. So I'm concerned. Democrats do well in special elections and off-year elections, but the electorate that comes in presidential election years is different. When I was young, it was easy to know what a Democrat was. They stood with the working class and labor. Republicans were country club and for the rich. Today, you ask people, they don't. We have a 29% approval rating.
Yeah.
It doesn't help us any that Donald Trump ends up with a 25% approval rating. We have to get back to the core issues, that this is about making America prosperous and stable and innovative for everybody.
Well, what do you make of the criticism that one of the reasons why your party was so resoundingly rejected last November is because Democrats were gaslighting the country, saying that inflation was not a big deal, heralding Bidenomics. Not only Biden, but Kamala Harris was heralding Bidenomics, pretending that there wasn't a problem at the border. And then fundamentally, this idea that President Biden was up for another 4 years of the job, while Americans in poll after poll for year after year were saying he's too old to do the job. Your party stood against all of those things.
Look, Joe Biden coming in and during COVID and being a governor through COVID did a hell of a job. But I think one of the things that we didn't do is we assumed that we said, and it was true, that we were going to have a soft landing and our economy was better than the rest of the world. Better for who? Better for the working class who was saying groceries were too expensive, as they are now and going up. They got to see us talk about things. Again, I go back to this. Don't talk about food insecurity or housing type of issues. Talk about people being hungry and wondering where they're going to live, or about their children's future, about real security. And so I think your question is spot on. I think we got intellectualized on this. I think the fact of the matter is Joe Biden did soft land the economy. He did usher us through COVID. None of us are saying we should be soft on the border, but we allow a vacuum.
President Biden did not do a good job, okay? Drop down below in the comments if you guys think that President Biden, I don't even like to say President Biden. I know he wasn't the one making the decisions. It's really President Autopen, okay, really, if you really want to take it there. But do you guys think Biden did a great job? Or do you think Biden was just an absolute crap show and Biden was Obama's third term? Let me know how you guys feel about that. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Biden was Obama's third term? Okay, and do you think Tampon and Tim Walz is going to look great in orange? Let me know down below in the comments. And it gets worse.
And Donald Trump fills it, the 800-pound gorilla, and their narrative starts to stick, and we look weak. We look weak like we don't care. We look like we... Look, Jake, I'm not going to say...
I guess a broken clock is right twice a day, they say, right? Something like that. And, yeah, you know, Tampon Tim Walz... You know, he's right again. You know, the Democrats do look weak, and they are just a mess. So, yeah, he caught that.
you know, we need to do is we need to just arrest people and ship them to El Salvador. No, we need to invest the money on border. We need to make sure that we have the judges necessary to adjudicate things faster. We need to make sure if you're going to be in this country, you're legal, and when you are, you're going to be uplifted, celebrated, and part of this great American tapestry. We didn't do that, and then it fills them. They'll find the example that is horrific, where you have someone who's not here legally and they commit a crime. That is horrific, but we don't do a good job of telling that.
Don't you think your party needs to acknowledge that President Biden was not up for the job of running for re-election, and that this was a major mistake by the
He made that decision.
I know, but you all went along with the idea that he
decision.
was up for it, and he wasn't. And everybody saw it, and the country rejected it.
Yeah, well, look, history will tell us to go back on that. That very well could be the case, Jake.
This is hard to watch.
What I'm concerned about is learning from those lessons. I would hope we would never do it again, make a mistake, make sure we go through and get someone. But I don't know where it helps us going forward. I certainly am deeply concerned that Donald Trump is going to lead us down a horrific look. Thank God it's tariffs that he said. Donald Trump listens to no one. Remember, Donald Trump has statements about, I don't think nuclear war would be that bad. I guess we're lucky that he went after tariffs instead of that route. Yeah. We have an issue in this country that's going to impact us. And if there is not a loyal opposition, if there's not some soul searching on our side, if there's not reaching out to those folks who are in the streets, they're leading right now.
So quick question.
I would tell
hard to do soul searching when you're deleting the souls. Okay, let me stop. That's a whole nother one, because their entire campaign with Kamala Harris was literally deleting souls, if you will.
Everybody, you better get with them. Yeah.
Quick question, because we got to go. But you said you're not going to run for the Senate seat there. Are you going to run for a third term for governor? Are you possibly going to run for president in 2028?
Well, I'm certainly thinking about running again in Minnesota if that's what they want. I am not thinking about running in 2028. And my advice to folks is if in this moment you're planning for 2028, you're going to get rolled by the people in the streets. You just need to be out there making sure you're helping and doing things like Cory Booker's doing things like Bernie Sanders, AOC, things that we see people out talking to folks. So for
being a radical, okay, like Zohran Mamdani.
Me, I'm going to get through this legislative session. If the folks in Minnesota want me, I'm kind of inclined to do that.
All right, that's enough of that. It's hard to really listen to this, okay? At this point, this is why I say that CNN is just lies, lies, and more lies, you know, and I can't wait to see Tim Walz in jail. I think Tim Walz would look great in orange. You know, this guy right here is a liar, criminal activist, quite frankly, all right? And we see that, you know, it's like he needs to be held accountable, all right? I really hope that Trump just gets rid of Tim Walz, you know, and gets rid of the gaslighting and the evil, okay? Because it's really a battle of good versus evil. That's really what it is. But you guys let me know what you think down below in the comments, okay? And we see that these individuals, they just want more money in their pockets, all right? I don't think it will ever get better, you know, with the Democrats. I think they're going to just keep going in a downward spiral. And, yeah, it's really hard to watch. It's very cringe, if you will, right? But that's all for this video, you guys. Shout out to the King Squad. Smash the like button, hit subscribe. Let me know if you guys prefer faceless content or me showing my face in the videos. Let me know what you guys like down below in the comments. What do you like and enjoy from me? Okay, I look forward to seeing what the King Squad has to say, as always. And thank you for any and all donations. Thank you for all the positive comments. They really make my day. I love and appreciate all of you guys. Again, let me know if my audio was good in this clip here. And smash the like button, hit subscribe, share these videos. Peace.
To be, not doing crowd control in urban environments. If you guys cooperate and coordinate with ICE, give us the intel and hand over the bad hombres that have been charged criminally. And Walz said he would, but there's two problems. Walz's base is pissed because Walz's base is like, wait a second, we're going to be working with ICE? The Nazis? The Gestapo? You had a phone call with the dictator and the deal is that ICE stays and gets the criminals out? They don't even want the criminals out.
What
Tim Walz voters are in pure panic. I have a huge update coming out of Minnesota right now as Tim Walz is finally doing what he should have been doing from the very beginning. But why is he doing it now? We spoke about the Minnesota lieutenant governor and the Signal chat gate that the mainstream media, for some reason, is not talking about. Why aren't they talking about that Signal chat that basically exposes the license plates? It gives addresses, it doxes ICE agents, and it causes pure chaos. But something happened before I show you the protest just yesterday where, these protesters and Tim Walz voters and Minnesota voters as a whole, Ilhan Omar supporters as well, tried to storm a hotel where they believe Greg Bovino and the DHS were staying along with ICE members as well. Before I show you that, let's actually go to the update that I was really referring to in the title of this video, which is leftist protesters stormed outside of Tim Walz's office in Minnesota, furious that he is caving to President Trump and Tom Homan. Now, there have been reports of the huge update between Trump and Greg Bovino and the DHS as a whole. Trump is, they're saying he's cleaning house. He's sending Greg Bovino over to California. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But we know that Tom Homan is coming. He is coming to town. And he's not coming as a really friendly face. He's announcing that there are going to be people held accountable. But why are these specific protesters losing their mind? Well, it's because someone is surrendering and caving in. And so yesterday, the reason why these people are melting down is because just last night, these officers, this is not the DHS, this is not ICE, this is the police department. This is in Minneapolis of Jacob Fry and Tim Walz working together with President Trump and doing their job that they should have been doing from the very beginning to stop these rioters, because these aren't really protesters, these are rioters. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the F around and find out moment when those police officers were sent by Tim Walz and, of course, Jacob Fry, and they're literally going right into the protesters, arresting all of them one by one. Nobody's safe anymore. Not under this new attitude of Tim Walz. But why? Why all of a sudden now is Tim Walz or Jacob Fry finally telling or giving these orders out that you should work with ICE, that this sanctuary state should work with the deportation agents, just like every other sanctuary city or state that has no problem? Why is this happening now? Why is all of these rioters getting arrested? A lot of people are saying that is, of course, because of the fraud that they've been covering and uncovering and of the Signal chats that they uncovered. So that right there is a moment that a lot of people didn't think was ever going to happen. And that's because of the conversation that Tim Walz had with Trump. He called Trump himself to say, you know what, we need to stop this. Many people say it was because of the chaos, but many others believe that it was because of all the leaks and all of the things that have happened. Tim Walz believes that he might not be leaving office. He might not, he's going to leave office. Obviously, we know that, but he might not be leaving just clean. He might be leaving, if he's on Trump's bad side, a lot of people saying that he might be going to prison, but we'll see. We'll see about that. All right. So here are the angry protesters after these arrests happen. After these arrests happen, right? The state and the police commissioners and the police is finally working on behalf of protecting the ICE agents, which they weren't pretty much doing before. And because most of the time they were just standing down or fleeing scenes, we saw that before. They're now storming Tim Walz's office.
Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice.
But in reality, right, all these protesters or rioters, is whatever you can call these people at this point, we don't really know that what they identify as, if you know what I mean. This is one of the biggest stories here. This is one of the main reasons a lot of people are saying Tim Walz is pulling the plug on fighting back against Trump or ICE. It's been over 24 hours since Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan was exposed as participating in the anti-ICE insurrection chats on Signal. And she basically has denied her involvement. In fact, she hasn't posted on X at all since she was exposed. But Tim Walz did call the president to cut a deal. Was he protecting Peggy Flanagan from prosecution on that part of the deal? So many people are insinuating that Peggy Flanagan, who is the Minnesota Lieutenant Governor, is in huge trouble. And so right now, again, they're saying, hey, this was called upon Tim Walz begging for mercy that nothing happened to this woman. Again, this is Peggy Flanagan. This was one of the last videos she posted. This is what she was saying.
I just left the site where Alex Preddy was killed this morning by ICE agents to show my respects and my deepest condolences to his family and friends and everybody who loved him and knew him. And I am holding on to the hope that I experienced yesterday by walking with 50,000 people through frigid cold temperatures saying ICE out of Minnesota, and was inspired by the rallies that were held all across this country demanding that ICE leave Minnesota and all of our communities. They are doing nothing but wreaking terror and chaos and havoc. And to all those folks who showed up yesterday across the country, to everyone who is reaching out to know how you can help Minnesotans, the answer is you can call your senator today and say, do not vote to give one more penny to ICE.
So again, this is basically her saying that ICE is stoking fear. And, you know, just today in different parts of the country, a lot of people were saying that these ICE agents are, you know, modern day Nazis. So the rhetoric is still alive and well. None of this is pretty much over, right? When we talk about the fraud or when we talk about how this really all started. But one of the main stories here is Signalgate. And I want to give attention to Cam Higbee, right? Because Cam Higbee is the journalist who pretty much infiltrated these chats to get the information that he had put out there that, again, millions of people now know about. So Attorney General is apparently linked to Signalgate. So Signalgate is a huge deal. This is what he said. He said that the mainstream media isn't paying attention to the Signalgate and what has happened. Because when you talk about law and order, when you talk about the federal government and federal operations, which is what ICE is. So he says, in their legal help signal channel, there was instructions to report federal agents to Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, right? Keith Ellison, apparently a lot of people are saying he is more involved than you can possibly imagine. The link led directly to a page designed by Ellison's office for reporting the feds, right? So again, like this whole thing is pretty much about the federal government, which is Trump, and you know, just local governments, which is the states. In just this particular instance, we're talking about Tim Walz, Jacob Fry. We're talking about Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. We're talking about the AG. We're talking about all these big time players in this one particular state in these cities. So what basically, it just seems like a war. It seems like these signal chats were flat out infiltration of the fact that they were in the state conducting these operations. However you may feel about ICE, you cannot deny that the impeding of the federal government's operations is flat out something that must be talked about. Because many, including me, I would say if you're impeding federal operations, that's not only a crazy crime, but that's probably the highest crime in the land, because the federal government oversees every state. This is the federal government. Federal government has the DHS, Department of Homeland Security. They have, illegal immigration enforcement as well. So we're now talking about these signal chats being linked possibly to the Attorney General, to the Minnesota Lieutenant Governor. And this is not a joke. Like this is some real stuff that can pretty much hang over. Now, many people have said, aside from, this Keith Ellison situation and all the proof and all the links that are in these chats, the biggest conversation here is about Trump. How is he going to handle this? Because I told you guys a while back, I said it. I said one of the biggest stains on this administration will now be that 2 people were killed by ICE. Yes, stop me right there. Lou, how can you say that sentence? Well, guess what? It happened. Even if now the state hasn't even picked up charges, many people, including myself, see these as clean shoots, right? A clean shot. Like these are not going to be won by the opposition if they were to press charges. If the state were to press charges on the federal government for this and we go to court, I just don't think that they would win. But public opinion is pretty much everything that matters, especially to the Trump administration heading into the midterms, which is why you see so much chaos. So all of these things, Trump is now removing Greg Bovino from Minnesota. Now, many people are saying those reports are fake. Tim Pool said Trump has surrendered. He surrendered. He took Greg Bovino out of this operation. He is now bringing in Tom Homan. He's having these conversations with, people like Tim Walz. They're having friendlier conversations now, which is totally fine by me. But the real conversation is here. What is the solution to these problems? When you know and you find out that people are impeding, right? Not only are they impeding, but you have people that just don't respect federal law because of who's in office. So this is where the conversation becomes so wild. If you know Peggy Flanagan could have been involved in these signal chats, which she completely denies, fair to her, it will have to be up to the DOJ to step in and find her guilty and link to these things or, to the FBI. But it seems like, aside from all of this and everything that we've pretty much found, the real conversation is what is going to happen, right? What is going to happen? Because we know the voters are going to turn on their own. We know that these voters aren't regular voters, or these people in the streets aren't regular individuals. These are people that either have Marxist ideologies, people that don't believe in borders, people that don't even believe in the rule of law. They don't even care who these ICE agents are. They just hate Trump. And one day it was Palestine. The other day it was, the college protests. Then the other day it was Renee Good. Now today is Alex Preddy. So these conversations, as far as from Tim Walz, these go way deeper than people realize. And when you see conversations or proof of the matter of fact that Greg Bovino will no longer be a part of, ICE or a part of the DHS in Minnesota, and that he's also withdrawing 2,000 agents, what does that really say? Does that say that Trump bent the knee, or does that say that Tim Walz bent the knee, or does that say that they work together to find peace in this situation? But in my opinion, I know Tim Walz, one of the main reasons he's panicking is because of this. You got people storming in his office now. But not only that, it's why he ended up pretty much telling Trump, hey, I have to call you because this is going far, but it's going far because of his rhetoric. It's going far because of the fraud. It's going far because now we're finding signal chats. It's going far because when CNN was live, CNN accidentally recorded "Kill ICE." So they're saying that, these people are out there protesting the death of these people. But they're also calling for the death of ICE agents. So that's what this video is pretty much about. It's about the conversation about the actions after all of this. And the conversation needs to be taken more seriously. Is the federal law actually the federal law? Is that the highest law in the land? Is the president the highest law in the land, or anybody who works under him in that administration? Or are these states just flat out running maniac and they can undermine the president? Is that what this is? So there's a lot of people disappointed by what the actions have not been yet, because we just don't know. Or there's a lot of people that are saying this is the right thing for Trump to do. Bring it down. Bring it down. Just bring it down. No more people can die, because this will cause future elections, and it will cause mass panic and chaos. And that's not what Trump wants in a midterm year, especially when it looks like the Democrats are already going to win the midterms. Statistically, it just looks that way. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments. After all of these things have been found, what we got was Tom Homan now coming in. Tom Homan has said that he wants arrest. He wants to hold people accountable. He is going to go hard as Greg Bovino. But Greg Bovino not being a part of that no more. What does that say about the Trump administration? I love you guys. I'll see you guys on the next.